Hey everybody. Point redemptions. How's it going? Happy Monday. We got a busy week ahead of us because we're prepping for checkpoint number 1 of Skeleseller, which is going to launch on Friday, and it's going to finally give us some insight into whether people are on board with this game. So let's start how I always do, which is not with Skeleseller, but with tenant review. Did someone say rich with a highlighted message? I don't think I redeemed, or I don't think I, what is it, refund these. I think I refund everything else. So these are kind of just jokes. But yeah, that's true wealth, is when you just throw it down the toilet. So post-stream to-dos. This has been great. Yeah, I'm putting Skeleseller stuff in a separate list so that there isn't too much to do. And I'm still spending Thursdays working on the other tasks. No audio today? Okay. Hey, Darkstorm. You can refund them? Yeah. So there's an approval queue. And I think you can modify the redemptions so that they either go into the queue or they don't. But since these aren't, there's nothing associated with them. Like the reason you'd want the approval queue is if it were something like, have Adam sing a song every time I spend 3,000 points. It's like the stream can't know whether I've done that. But since I just never changed anything, every time I make a new reward, I'm like, yeah, I give all the points back. So everyone just keeps increasing in points. And I don't ever plan on having a real redemption. Yeah, so this has been going well, the post-stream to-do thing. By that, I mean this list. And this list has a bunch of stuff that's pretty large on here, but I think I've addressed most of these. Yeah, I think I've addressed most of them. But we'll have to wait and find out because it's maybe a little too soon. I think I only addressed them on Thursday, and it's Monday, and maybe they're still broken, so we'll have to see. Get to the point, definitely working well. I planned for checkpoint number 1, Skeleseller, and we're on track. Sustainability, going well. I feel like I'm maybe doing a bit much, but I have a vacation coming up and a checkpoint coming up. Yeah. All right, embrace failure. No major opportunities again. I find myself saying that a lot. And then successes. The tenants in general have definitely helped. I feel like I've improved in most of these areas. Other successes. What happened last week? Hey, two dorks. We got a party person here. There. Happy Monday to you too. Hope you're doing well. This is the week we're launching the first checkpoint of Skeleseller. So let's see. It was working on Skeleseller, and it was one thing of mentoring. I think I'm happy with how the code went for abilities, even if the path there was a little rough. Yeah, not just casual wealth. Lurking and working, counting on your hard work to keep me focused on my own today. Well, then you're in luck because I think there's going to be a lot of that. It's currently 8:30 for me, and I think this stream is going to be about 4 hours, although the last hour is going to be mentoring. So I don't know if it's easier or harder to focus during that. But yeah, for the first 3 hours should be a good amount of stuff getting done over here. Yeah, in general, I think this is going well. This is why I do the tenant review, because these are the things that are important to me. And if you don't look at them every once in a while, then it's easy to have them slide off your radar and then just kind of stop paying attention to them. So I'm happy with that. Let's mark that as done. Now review PRs, and then we have a whole bunch of tasks and even some new tasks we should probably figure out. This is gonna involve this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's PR review time. Let's get everything set up. Enjoy it, great stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. But what I was talking about was more along the lines of, can you watch and still work, or does it sap your focus because it's actually people having a conversation. It's like if you're in a co-working space and there are people talking around you, I guess it can sometimes be pretty hard. All right, this stuff we're just gonna stash. Oh yeah, before I start with PRs, I wanted to show something briefly here. I changed a bunch of stuff with abilities. I know people don't have access to this code, but originally what I was doing is I was keeping track of every ability, and then I had a tooltip function that was being passed in here. So it would look something like this, where I'd say basic attack.get tooltip. And this function was a static function, and I don't think that was a good idea. And there are a couple reasons why, and it's not really worth going into it, but as a result, getting rid of those static functions now, any given ability contains a few different parts. One is its stats. Like there's no way to not have stats for an ability. You need to have these somewhere. And sure, I'm keeping them here. You could keep them elsewhere. That's a choice, but these need to exist somewhere. Then the tooltip, that's here. And then there's some stuff that's specific to this one, which I'm not covering here. And then the way that you use the ability, which is here. And this is all pretty straightforward if you read through it. Like get a target. If there is no target, then just return. Figure out how much damage you should do and do that damage. Pretty easy. And then I did end up making abilities out of the modifiers, but all they do is just have a tooltip. So now I'll show what this looks like in the game. And I'm happy with this. I think this looks good. I mean, at least for the checkpoint. So, oh, right, I stashed that change. Okay, then I need to click this button. All right, yeah, so if we look at this, it says fireball, cooldown 3 seconds. This now always shows the cooldown and the ability name, which is great. And then same thing over here, it shows the ability name. I don't know if Idle Ascendance did that. And it's one of those things, it's just a little tiny cue that you've hovered over the right thing. Like I'm looking at inspiration right now, and I can tell that. Let's see what it looked like over here. No, it did have that, and it had a level there. Okay, fine. So then that was already done. I wonder how I did this there, though. I got the ability named somehow. Yeah, I wonder how I did that. Let me go take a look really fast. I actually can't afford this, but I don't know what else to do with them. Yeah, there really probably won't be anything that's good to do with those. But there you go. Now you've highlighted a message. Look how many points we've already spent. Like 46,000, I think. Something like that. So I open this up. We should be able to find, what did I call it? Lightning. No, wait, not lightning zaps. Echo strike. So the tooltip kept this. Maybe the tooltip is what put this in. It might have been. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm happy with how this ended up looking. Cool. Yeah, so PRs. Let's go take a look. As always, going to try to do these in order. There are 6 of them. So the lowest number is 93. Add worker animation. Okay, so I don't know if I've shown these graphics. But, oh wait, there's no video here. Never mind. I guess I still won't show the graphics yet. Well, you'll see them eventually. But yeah, there's a new sprite sheet that Quickie Joe worked on. Here it is. I might have shown this, although it's really hard to see in Chrome because Chrome uses a linear filter, I think, and not a nearest filter. But yeah, this is your main skeletal worker. Hey, APX. So I'm happy with the artwork, and now it'll be in the game pretty soon. And this is gonna look nice. We also have a new set of graphics. Where do I have this? Here. How do I show this? Again, this is going to look a little bit bad in the browser, but it'll look good in the game. But this is the first enemy graphic that Quickie Joe did, and it's the bat. And I've got some videos, and we'll probably test this out at some point, but I like it. It looks good. Actually, can I show you the video? Where is this? Video, DaVinci Resolve, bats. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is what they look like in the battle, and then I zoom in like 4 times so that you can see them close up. Yeah. So they're looking good. I like it. I feel like they fit, and yeah, they're nice. And this is probably the size you'll see them at originally. Game slowly coming together indeed. Yeah. All right, there is quite a lot to get through here, so let's get to it. Also, Xanis, I don't know if I said hi, but hi, Xanis. Worker is now an animated sprite 2D. Worker includes animations from the sprite sheet in the following format. Why is this crossed off? Okay. Worker's rendering order is 1. Include a child node hands has a rendering order of 3 to properly stack the sprites. That rendering order might need to change as they're going up. I'll need to take a look at this. So we don't use collisions, don't have character body 2D types. We don't have the velocity component available in the entities. I know that for now we're not using collisions, so there was no need to add the body type. So I went with a different approach. Store the current position on the next frame, calculate the direction vector, which is then converted into angle and then into cardinal direction. Yeah. I don't know what good angle ranges are. Yeah, this is probably fine. All right, change allows automatically switching the facing direction animation according to the sprite sheets we have, as long as we define the animation names consistently across all sprites, which is facing direction. Worker is an exception because we use 2 sets. 2 sets. Oh, probably because of the hands. Okay, but all the remaining entities like customers, we can instantly add 1 after this change. NPCs, etc. I didn't cover any idle animations because we don't use them yet. Only issue is that hands will obviously stack on top of other workers. Can't really avoid that. Haven't figured out a solution for this yet. Hands will stack on top of other workers. I guess it's when 2 workers are walking near each other. I think we just need them all in the same Z order. Yeah. Carries the item on his back. Should probably change the rendering order. Okay, I'll just comment on this really fast. Haven't looked at the code yet, but I think how we could fix this is to have the worker and the item, the item, and the hands all with the same Z index. And just make sure they're ordered correctly in the scene tree. That way one worker's hands don't overlap, don't render in front of another worker. Hey TY, how's it going? TY, you've been streaming, right? I think I've watched a very tiny bit. I don't tend to watch a lot of Twitch, so I tend to just drop in. Not a lot, yeah. Yeah. How are you liking it though? Okay, definitely vote for cardinal only movement. I feel like this would make the most sense in this project. Also eliminates the need for making extra sprites for different angles. Diagonal. Cardinal on diagonal looks weird. Totally cool. Okay, cool. Also managed to fix the item being displayed on top of the worker when he's facing up. Fortunately, our worker sprite is big enough to cover the hands, so I didn't have to add a lot of extra code to disable hands or do changes to the item just for that case. Z as relative has to be set to false. Z index is changed to the workers facing up. Still don't know what to do with the overlapping hands. Yeah, and I'll just comment on this. Oops. Jeez, I didn't mean to click that. Hey, Dan. It's not like it's the first time I streamed. Oh, no, I know. I just, still, how are you liking it? Like, you've continued to do it. Are you, I don't know. Twitch has changed a lot over the years, too. And I feel like so has the perception of streamers in general and just kind of the interactions people have. It won't be a problem with workers, won't be able to collide with each other. I don't see how we'll be able to avoid this unless we design every map such that there are multiple lanes to each object. And even then, it would probably result in a traffic jam. Yeah, it's all right, I guess. Okay. How am I? I'm doing well. I've been working on Skeleseller for a little while now, and we are going to merge some PRs today. The game, before I merge these PRs, looks like this. So we have this town view, and there are shops, and there are customers kind of wandering around, and a skeleton wandering around. And if I add items into the storeroom here, you'll see them go and restock shops, and then the customers will go and purchase it. And that's the shop system. And then there's also the battle system here, which we've been fleshing out more and more. So through battles, you'll win items and then sell them in your shops and then upgrade everything with the money you get. So it's been exciting to work on this. We are working toward a checkpoint number 1 this week. That way people can play it. So let's take a look at this. All right, adding in the sprite sheet sounds good. Adding in the hands sounds good. All right, yeah, the Z-index stuff I think will probably eventually change, but I'll skip that for now. I wonder if skeleton.png is needed. These are some things I want to look into. Is skeleton.png still used anywhere? When's the GD script port? Not gonna do it. What's the overall plan for this week? The overall plan is roughly here. So today is the only day that has a mentoring slot in it. And I'm only streaming Monday and Wednesday. So it's just do these tasks, and then Friday is launch the first checkpoint. So yeah, not too much different from a normal week other than the kinds of tasks we're going to be doing. All right, do we still have this? Let me take a look. This is 93. GH, well, first I guess pull. GHPR checkout 93. All right, does skeleton.png still exist? Assets. This isn't the right project. Close that. Assets, temp, skeleton. Okay, yeah, skeleton does still exist. Is it used anywhere? Skeleton.png? What is this? It's just the import. No, I don't think it is used. Yeah, I think we can delete that. Okay. I think we can delete skeleton.png. Even if we couldn't, adding it back in is so easy. All right, so let's try this out. This should show us the characters holding items and having the proper like hands sprite. So there's our worker. And yeah, it does look a little weird with them walking diagonally and all over the terrain and everything. I'm also not sure I like the walking up direction exactly, but let's try this out. Let's add in some other workers. And let's click that and that. All right, now, how do you look when you're holding items? Cool. I want to see it go up. Yeah, I see. Okay. I mean, at least from a looks perspective, I think it looks good. Yeah. All right, nice. So yeah, let's keep looking through the code. All right, sprite sheet. Facing up, holding item, facing down. All right, generic dictionary of animation names that should be defined in every animated sprite. Sounds good. Returns the animation name corresponding to the specified direction vector. Sounds good. Yep. Then converts a 2D direction vector to a corresponding direction enumeration value within the specified angle range. Checkpoint number 1 note. This is linked to, oh, interesting. How come C# don't like GD scripts lack of types? I've got a quick reason here. If you take a look at this, why not GD script? And it links to my notes. Is this working? Why can't I click this? Oh wait, every once in a while that happens, I need to refresh. I wonder if that's a problem, or if I just broke this link. No, it looks like I just broke the link. What is going on here? I can't even edit this. What? Can anyone else click this link? Oh, there it goes. Oh, maybe I had a key held down on my keyboard. Yeah, so my opinions here on this stuff, feel free to read through it. And if that doesn't answer it, yeah, feel free to ask more questions. Happy to answer. This is only here because we don't have cardinal direction movement, and we have to determine facing direction based on angle. This will be deleted in the future. Yep, that's totally fine. Yep. This invalid angle shouldn't probably be here. A vector should only be in the Negative 180 to 180 range? Equal to or less than. Oh, I see. We cover this here. I don't think there is anything that's not covered by this, but it doesn't matter anyway. I'm not gonna. Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, suffix for animation name when the worker is holding an item. Position of the worker in the last frame, used to calculate the direction vector on the next frame. And then the hands sprite. Okay, hey, Monetic Mind. Happy Monday. Get the hands sprite. Okay, if you're holding an item, check to see if you've got a held item. Worker specific. If we're facing up, we have to render the worker sprite above everything and disable the hands. This will hide the hands anyway, so we don't have to worry about the hand sprite being rendered. Okay, this 4 and 1 needs to be changed. Yeah, I think there should be like Z index layers defined. I'm just gonna write a like a nitpicky comment. Nit 4 and 1 should probably be defined somewhere in like a Z index. Or like Z layers. I wouldn't. Yeah. That way we can quickly see what's in each layer. E.g., we could name the layers. I'm not sure if we'll keep this code though, since there's the hands, the problem with hands rendering over other workers. So I'm just leaving this as a comment, an idle comment for now. I'll click start review. Yay, Monday. I like Mondays. I feel like they're pretty productive because I had the weekend to recharge. You have an outdated note there now about what's passed by reference and whatnot. Ah, let me take a look. Are you talking about inside the GD script note? Because yeah, a lot of this stuff was from 2020 that I did. I see. Okay. Yeah, this was probably the case back in 2020. Built-in types are stack allocated. They're passed as values. This means a copy is created on each assignment. The exceptions are object, array, dictionary, and packed arrays. Okay, and what did I write? Object, array, dictionary, and packed array. Okay, so I gotta add object and packed array here. Yeah. Object, array, dictionary, and packed array. And I'll just put a reference here. Object is capitalized. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks, TY. Yeah. Leaving this is fine for now. I don't think there's a big deal. All right, while the generic animation name works for all entities, worker can be in a state where he's holding an item, so we can't play a walking animation with his arms waving. We switch to a different animation where his arms are not visible and toggle the visibility of the hand sprite. Okay, I want to take a look at this. Worker.cs animation suffixes for holding item. Okay, and then let's also go look at the sprites themselves, characters. Why? There we go. All right, I want to open this with GIMP. Okay, I see. So the hands are removed from the character in this. That way we don't accidentally show their hands twice. I think that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, for what it's worth, this shouldn't just be called animation suffix. It should be like holding item animation suffix or something. But I think that's okay for right now. And sprite is holding item. Actually, if I'm going to delete some things, I'll just write that down too. Change animation suffix to holding item animation suffix. Because I'm going to make a couple of changes afterward, and it's not worth going through the whole PR process for this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, animation names and facing direction. What? One part of this doesn't make sense. Facing down. We use the enum value? That's... So you're like done, right? Almost done with checkpoint number 1. Hey, Zoe. There are a few things we need to do so that we can actually get proper feedback on Friday. And they are mostly like give the player a goal. And for that, we need some kind of progression and we need a tiny bit of balance. And that's a lot of what we're going to end up doing this week. And there will probably be some off-stream time too where I work on this stuff. But yeah, over the weekend, I got a lot of the ability stuff done. And now we have, whoops. I thought I had the game open. So I just pressed T, but I don't know what that did. Yeah, so if I hire an adventurer here, we now have, oh, I'm on a different branch. Okay, well, anyway, the tooltips are all working on the branch that I was working on them on. Just not here yet. Is that what broke over here too? What is this error? Skill tree. Yeah, I don't care about this then. Yeah, so animation name, where does that come from? Do we return animation name? That's an enumeration though. So then whatever this is doing, animation name. Okay, I see. This is not how I would do things. C# doesn't have string enums, right? Yeah, you can't. Yeah. Yeah, it makes a string, but it relies on us having the name of the enumeration matter. And I think that's unusual. I would probably just have a switch case somewhere converting, because like these are numbers, right? So we're relying on the name of this the value being important. And I don't think it's incredibly important to change this, but it's strange. Yeah, it's strange. Could just make a const dictionary. Yeah, that's what I think I would do here. Yeah, or I know I said a switch case, but yeah, I guess a const dictionary. Some sort of lookup converting this into string names. So I'll write this. Consider a constant dictionary for converting animation name, as in enumeration, into string values, rather than relying on the names of the enumeration values. External library smart enum. It's an external library, might not be what you need. Well, I don't mind just having a dictionary of 4 strings in this case. I don't know how often this sort of thing will come up. Maybe the first thing that works for you. Oh, and that's totally fine, Darkstorm. That's what the PR process is about. I don't mean to start getting like, oh, you did a bad thing here or something. I'm just saying these are things that I noticed that I think could trip us up in the future when we've forgotten about this sort of thing. And sometimes they are not going to be issues, like our whole cardinal direction thing, that's going to change. And who knows, maybe this would also not be an issue, but it's a tiny note that I have. Okay, I think this is good. We can check this in. I wonder if we should focus on, I showed the game to my wife yesterday, and one of the things she kind of focused on quite a lot was like, why are characters just walking all over the place? They don't follow paths, and they just walk diagonally in at weird angles and everything. And I think when there's no animation whatsoever, it's like, okay, well, that's sufficiently unfinished. But now that we have a walking animation, I wonder if it's something we should focus on. I don't know. It would take a decent amount of time. Yeah, I don't know how it scales with lots of people though. Yeah, it's not even necessarily the pathfinding part. I think it's the non-cardinal movement, I guess ordinal movement. But yeah, there's cardinal movement, and then there's the pathfinding. And I think this one is more jarring, that they're just moving all over in any diagonal, even if there's a path there. But yeah, I'll probably have to look into that in checkpoint 2. Who knows, maybe we change some other things. All right, so let's merge this. I don't have any changes, right? Get status. Modified skill tree, what? Yeah, what? Whoops. I don't know what that is. So yeah, just merge. Git reset hard GSM. Cool. All right, so that's done. Now, whoops, let's go back there. Let's go back to pull requests. All right, what is the next number? 95, add splash logo. This one should be super straightforward. So let's go check this out. GHPR checkout 95. Are you ready for this? Hit reload. I actually, maybe playing the game doesn't show anything. Let's find out. It does, okay. It shows very briefly for right now, which I'm guessing Darkstorm commented on. PR adds a splash image. I didn't set the full size in project settings because the image height is just a bit smaller than our probably target screen height, so it becomes a bit blurry. I didn't set the splash screen time because you'll have to wait extra seconds every time you test the game. This has to be set only when exporting. Yeah. So it flashes quickly, but I think that's still maybe adding time. I wonder if we should just turn that off. Check the comment first in the linked issue. Sure. Oh, yeah. I read about the compression and everything. I read about this over email. I forgot I wanted to get back to this. Thank you for looking into this, by the way. And yeah. Where's the made with Godot splash? We should throw in a made with Unity thing. I'm gonna make sure to read this later again too, just to make sure I didn't miss something from it. Read this comment again to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Because yeah, I think the compression and everything is fine. So this should just have a new image, good. Then the import for that, also good. And then this, also good. So now can we set the time to like 0? Boot splash. Why did that not show anything? Why didn't that show anything? Shouldn't we have had the same thing in... oh, I'm in the wrong game. Didn't jump right out that I wanted to search for this. Idle sentence. There it is. Yeah, minimum display time. Wonder what this turns into by default. Let's take a look. Where's the documentation? Really? Splash. Just want to see what they wrote for it. Ah, here it is. Looks like it said 0. Yeah. Okay, so then I don't think this is doing anything. Yeah. All right, that's fine. As in, if I click the play button, was that splash screen adding any time to the startup? And I don't think so. And I don't know what we'll want it to be for the checkpoint. Maybe like 1 second. maybe 2 seconds. We don't actually have anything we're doing during that time. If I set it to 2 seconds, how does that feel? That's pretty fast. Although maybe that didn't even take effect. Probably took effect. I mean, let's set it to 5 seconds. Is the game loading time? Yeah, okay. Yes, I think 5 seconds is certainly too long. So yeah, maybe we just stick with what Jump Royale had of 3. In the future, there's going to be a title screen, so I don't think we even need a flash or a splash screen. I think we can just show the title screen, and that'll be interesting enough. But for now, I wanted there to be something kind of... No, maybe 3 is too long. I don't know. I don't know what we should do. I'm very torn, so let's just keep this at 0 for now, and that'll be that. Does the game just hang while the splash is up there? If you set a minimum loading time, yes. Because it might be that you didn't need that time, but the splash screen still shows. Took a bit more time, and with 0, the game was loading for like 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, well, this looks good. And I should not have any changes because I undid it, right? Yep, good. Cool, cool, cool. Yep, nice. All right, squash and merge. Looking good. All right, next, 96. Not sure what I'm looking at, but the logo is excellent. Yeah, I am very much a fan of the logo. That is something. So I'll give a little bit of context here. P5552. There are 3 people working on this game. There's myself. There is Darkstorm working on development, and Quickie Joe working on art. Quickie Joe did the logo for the game, but other than being in the document I have in the today command, it wasn't actually in the game. So there's the logo. Yeah. And I like it a lot. Hey, Remy. Asking me if Windows might mark it as unresponsive. At least that's what happened to me while I was doing heavy calculations. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess if it's not responding on the Windows event pump or whatever, that it thinks it's frozen. I don't think that should be the case for this. My guess is that Godot is still responding to UI events during the splash screen, at least. I'm doing well. We're making some good progress. I'm going through PRs, so it's not exactly my progress. It's Darkstorm's progress. But it's good to get some of this stuff out of the way and into the game, because otherwise we just have a million tasks that are just there all the time. So this one adds win lose all instances button that utilizes the insta-kill method on health component. Buttons filter the battlers using filter battlers by team, so we can insta-kill the entire team. Buttons do nothing when there are no instances, and will kill all battlers of assigned team. Yeah, let's take a look. This is kill all battlers team.enemy, kill all battlers team.player, kill all battlers. Oh, this is in town because it is a... Yeah, because it's in the debug menu. This should not be in town. I don't want town to get too large. All right, so how do we do this? Oh, also we're getting this by viewport slot. Yeah. Yeah, I think this should be done differently. Have an airway infection? Oh man, Amy, I'm sorry to hear that. I added a local method into the setup method to not have it in town. Wait, you're saying in a follow-up commit? Because I'm saying I don't think town.cs should have this code. I know it's in its own method. It shouldn't have this code at all. Let's take a look. Yeah. Yeah, I think we have access to the instance manager, or what was it called? Instances manager. Yeah, so I think the way I would probably do this is we just call this and then take this out of here. This can be public void. Team to eliminate. All right, that should all work pretty much the same way. Do we even need to get slots this way? We have the instance slots right here. And they can be null. Yeah, we could just get them that way. All right. What is this? Instance? And then the instance itself, if it's defined, should be instance question mark dot battle system. No, does the instance not know it's battle? It does, but it's private. Okay. I don't think this has to be private. I think we can just make this public for now. And then say private set. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Andreas, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. I see Dev in the name, so I assume you were in software and game development. Feel free to tell me what you're working on. But hi, everybody. I'm working on Skeleseller. And there is a quick overview of the game here in this document. The short story is it is a... hang on one second. Okay, sorry. There was like someone shouting outside. Yeah, the short story is that you run a shop in a town and you hire adventurers and they do battle for you and get items. And then you sell those items and that lets you upgrade your town and upgrade your adventurers. Is it needed there since it's just a debug function? Yes, because otherwise, without moving it, town could get very bloated. And this is the risk we run because every function we add could be like, well, it's a debug function and that's fine. But these debug functions will probably stay in the game code forever. Double antibiotics cure now, which unfortunately seems to double up on the fluids. Just wanting to evacuate the body. Wow. I'm sorry, Rami. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. I had a lot of fun with C#. Wanted to raid over to another C#. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you, Andreas. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. I totally get the raid and run. I do this all the time. And yeah, welcome in, Andreas's viewers. If you want to take a quick look at the game, I think we're in a state to do that. No, missing a semicolon because I just modified this thing. All right, well, I'll have it ready in a sec. Let's do this battle system. And then check. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Battle system. There we go. And then the health component. And this is of the battler. This shouldn't be needed here. Yeah, this shouldn't be needed. We can just do health component dot. Oh, wait, I didn't have a function for that. Well, we still don't need this. Yeah. There we go. And then dot instakill. Cool. And then public should come before private. Let's go do that really fast. Private. There we are. Thought it was fine since it wasn't a direct town member. I think there are a couple of things to consider here. One is code bloat, and two is what is this acting on? And there's nothing in here that is actually acting on the town. It's purely acting on the battle system, which happens to exist in Instances Manager. So it should probably be Instances Manager's responsibility. That's the way I tend to look at this. All right, let's see. Okay, so if I start up a bunch of battles, so grant money, hire, create, hire, create, hire, create, and I hit win all battles, we get items. If I do that same thing, create, lose all battles, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think this is good. kill all battlers. We actually don't even need to do this, do we? Couldn't we do for each instance in instance slots? And then delete that. Oh, whoops. There we go. Yeah, nice. And then even this, I think, should probably be in the battle system. Kill all battlers. I will probably call this something like public void debug kill all battlers. And we just specify a team. Yeah. So now this can be debug kill all battlers. And then we can move this. Yeah. And this is team to eliminate. So the battle system here can't be null because we're in the battle system. Yeah. So we can delete all this. Cool. All right, nice. That should... Oh my God. I'm not going to do that. All right, no argument given that corresponds to team to eliminate. Yep, there. Okay, I think this looks cleaner. Yep. And what do we do here? Yeah. Nice. I like this. Okay. I'll test it one more time. So grant me a bunch of money, hire, create, lose. And then create, hire, create, win. Yeah, looks like it's working. Try this, hire, create, repeat 3 times. Yeah. I think I just went through both of those. Both win all and lose all, yeah. And I'll just check for errors really fast. Yeah, looks good. Cool, okay, so refactor debug win/loss buttons. I moved the code to the instances manager and instance so that town wouldn't have a lot of new code in it. Yep. Check that in. Okay, now git push to add win lose debug buttons. That should modify the PR. And then we can go and merge this. Yeah. Okay. Squash and merge. All right, one more PR done. We got 3 left to go. Update instance tile map. Oh, we got trees. All right, let's get that GHPR checkout 97. PR removes extra tile map instance inside instance scene. And even though that tile map has layers where you can draw different stuff. Experimented with layering just for fun, just to have something different and to test how layers work. I know not all trees are visible, so ignore this fact. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right, let's take a look. Also, I think we could make them all be visible anyway by just zooming out. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is good. All right, now I might have missed where there was an extra tile map. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, now there's a primary details layer, secondary details, tertiary details, floor. Let's take a look at the instance itself and see what this looks like. What is this doing on top? Godot has some weird issue. This isn't supposed to show. I think we need to reload the project. That's the skill tree, and it's not even in that scene. Yeah. See, it's fixed now. Godot's just being silly. All right, so what do we have here in our layers? Secondary has some extra trees. I see, just a layer of the trees. Tertiary has even more trees, and then the floor. Wait, is the floor the highest layer? No, the floor is the background. All right, yeah. There's a reload button, yeah, project and then reload. Is, all right. I use Z-index for this. I think that's a little bit strange. So what I would probably expect is that we just, how do we do this? This button work? Yeah, this button works. Okay, so what I would probably expect is that we just have floor and then tertiary and then secondary and then primary. Something like this, and then get rid of the Z indexes. Did I do this backwards? I might have. It doesn't really make a difference though. So yeah, I'm not gonna change this. And I think it looks good. So let's close out of that. Yeah, looks good. Hey Range, welcome in. Oh, and hey Hans. And sorry, I missed messages on YouTube. I have this window open, but it's just slightly farther out of my field of view. I think yeah. Just test anyway. Yeah. Okay, so 2 more PRs, and these are part of the quest system. And we're doing well on time. PR tackles the first main task of this list. I know what list this is. Yep. Towns will now have their own shopkeep. The sprite comes from character packs stored in temp, single frame. Clicking them prints the shop type in the log. Z index of the shop had to be bumped to 1, NPC 0. Reason to render NPC below the roof and behind the counter. Without this change, NPC was rendered on top of everything. Had some problems with getting the clicking to work. Yeah, oh man, I forgot to mention this. And I thought at least idle ascendance was there to look at, but it might not have been obvious what the differences were. Oh, thanks, Han. I figured I saw your show on YouTube when I read messages. Gotta be like, he's gotta be live somewhere else. Yeah, and I do read I do read YouTube messages as well. I tend to miss them more frequently. Take care, Han. Thanks for dropping it. Camera is inside the sub viewport, but it was still working without that option because it checks for unhandled input. How big should the clickable area be? Guess it should be almost as big as the shop itself. I don't have an answer for this. I think it's whatever feels good. So if people want to be able to click the shop, then we probably make it as big as the shop. Now let's check this out. So 98. I don't even know if we need to do this every time, but I'm doing it anyway. There we go. Now let's go take a look. So we should have an NPC in each shop. It should look the same, I think, for each shop. Yeah. And clicking them should log which shop they belong to. Yeah, blacksmith, armory, and alchemist. And yeah, it's mostly clicking the NPC. There's a little bit of area around them. So I think that's good from a functionality perspective. So now let's look at the code. So yeah, we add in the shopkeep import, that's fine. Shop itself has a z-index of 1. Yeah. Am I developing a game? Yeah, I'm developing something called Skeleseller. And there's a quick document there about it. What you see here is the game. And on Friday, this will be released as a playable demo. You run a town and you hire adventurers to go into battle. And when they win that fight, so if I just force them to win this, which I can't do easily. Okay, anyway, if you win the fight, you get items, and then you will go sell those items. So it's like a pretty straightforward game loop, I would say. And a lot of this is automated stuff anyway, so you're not directly controlling a lot of these actions. But yeah, I want to get this to be playable by Friday. Okay, so the shopkeep got a sprite, a shape. Okay, wait, I don't think all this is necessary. Oh, the shape is part of the collider. Area 2D and then collision tape. Yeah, that's fine. I thought there was a fourth thing in here. Oh, hey again, Andreas. Looks cool already. Yeah, I'm I'm really excited about this. And I can't be acting in a constant state of excitement, but when I stop and think about, wow, this all got done so fast and it might be playable soon. And is it ready for feedback on Friday or playable then review feedback on Monday? I I think it'll be ready for feedback on Friday. It's going to be pretty similar to what Idle Ascendant's feedback was. If I can find that thing. Yeah, here. So this is the number one most important thing. Just did you have fun trying to complete the game? There will be some tiny amount of progression you can go through in the game. So that's number one. Number two is, would you want to purchase this game? And then there will be some other questions. Yeah, like what did you like? What didn't you like? Do you want to keep playtesting? That sort of thing. But yeah, this is definitely the most important thing. And I think there will be enough to be able to get that feedback. And then probably, yeah, on Friday, we'll be incorporating some of that feedback, maybe launching a new version of the game really quickly to address some of the most common pain points. And then on Monday, it's going to be kind of a wind down day. For those who haven't heard, on Wednesday of next week, so Wednesday, May 22nd, is the start of a vacation for me. So the stream schedule is really just today, Wednesday, Friday, and then Monday. So just a total of 4 days if you count today. And then that's it. Yeah, I am going somewhere nice. Feature site gets done way quicker than expected. Yeah, and a lot of that was benefited by having this prototype. So I just linked this in, and I'll put this in chat if you want to see it. But this is what this game started as, which is just the battle system. And originally, I had planned on this being the entire game. So you start, you pick a character, you walk around this world, you get into battles, and then you are... This is it. This is like the whole game. You're going through battles. You eventually automate these battles, and people, I think, had fun enough with this, but they were like, "There's something missing." So that's when we added the shop mechanic, and now we don't have this overworld here and monsters spawning, and yeah, there's so very different. But this is what allowed us to move as quickly as we did. Okay, so what was I doing? I was looking at this stuff. Yeah. Okay, so the shopkeep looks fine. Physics object picking, yep, need that for... Actually, do we need that on the sound? We probably do, but I kind of want to try it. We don't have it. That's what, here? Physics picking. Where is that? Town scene. In town view container. This one. No, not that one. This one. It must just not be called picking? Type equals sub viewport. Oh, here it is. Okay, so if I turn this off, then we can't click anymore. Okay, no, that is definitely needed. Okay. Shopkeep component has a shop. Load the shopkeep scene, which I'm guessing we're using. Shopkeep scene. Yep. Thanks, Andreas. And hey, Takashi. Maybe a good idea to add a new option in the price question for non-dollar countries. I wouldn't say it's worth the equivalent of $10 in BRL. What is BRL? Oh, it's a currency. Okay. I was gonna say, I would guess it's Brazil. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those things where people can always give long form feedback. So let's say I did have a question that was like, would you pay $10 for this? For one, I think you could probably interpret it as like, would you pay the equivalent in your local currency for it? But two, you might say like, no. And then in the long form stuff, be like, I would pay, X in my own currency or something. So this isn't meant to be a perfect form or anything. It's mostly just, did you have fun? Which is certainly something I think anyone could answer if they play this. And then, what changes might you make? What do you see happening? I think a lot of it is going to be communicating that this is a very, very early playable demo. So there are things that you'll see happening here, like these characters just walking all over empty space, or the fact that there even is empty space. Like there shouldn't be just a bunch of gray all over the screen, but early playable demo. So, gotta have something that you can test. So yeah, it's always a little challenging to get that across. Like, hey, I know this is very early on. How much do you overlook and ignore, and how much do you actually focus on? So that is certainly a challenge. Yeah, you pay $10 and you see a bunch of gray. It just says game over. Thanks for your money. All right, it's break time. So here's where I left off, is on scene resource.cs. Where I left off, reviewed up to scene resource. That's yes. Okay. I will be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. For those who haven't seen this, just type join in Twitch chat to play, and then J and a number to jump. Would you pay 4 loaves of bread for this game? Yeah, that's a great question. We'll add that in. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again. September, you're probably already in the game. Yeah, you're already in the game. You're just behind my head right now. You are right there. That's why join wasn't doing anything, I think. Anyway, close the game. So yeah, I had reviewed up to scene resources. Now we're going to continue on. So this is inside shop. We make a shop keep, set its position. Make a new shopkeep component, add it to this. This is all in ready, right? Yeah. And yeah, looks good. Okay, then shopkeep itself. What is this? Oh yeah, I don't think. Let me take a look at this. I don't think this is exactly what I was thinking about, although this will work. I was thinking there would be a system that checks to see if a particular thing was clicked. We could change this in the future. Yeah, because an entity shouldn't know which component it has, at least ideally. Shopkeep component equals get clickable area, input event. It's not a mouse button if it's pressing to the left. Yeah, okay. Shopkeep stuff may want the stuff pertaining to shopkeep component to be in a system somewhere. Maybe there's a shop system or NPC system or something. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I changed here. Okay, for now though, I think we're good. Yeah, for now I think we're good. Okay, cool. And then the last thing that we need to do is this one. Okay, adds a quick customizable dialog box and tackles the second task of 46. Yeah, I see. I didn't really feel like this will become an actual dialogue with NPCs. Just named a dialog box, gives you options. Has 3 buttons, option 1, option 2, close. After calling create, you can change the following components: the label, the button text, technically the close button too. We're not going to worry about that yet. Okay. This is the first version. Some things will change. How we subscribe to the pressed event. For now, after creating dialog box, you can directly subscribe to the exposed buttons pressed. Okay. Hey, Kajiro. Welcome in. Where am I? I don't know what you're asking, but check out the today command to figure out what I'm doing. Oh, whoops. I forgot that I have voice activated commands and that I don't need to type them myself. Subscribing to close buttons pressed event is not necessary, but useful. You need extra stuff, like mark that it's open to false. Purpose of this is to have a general purpose box with 2 buttons and close. By the way, ignore the close button positioning. Way dialog box seen as structured can be ignored for now. I just want to have the dialog box quickly with functional buttons. No clue how to properly create things like menu-like windows, so I went with something that somewhat worked. Okay, floating text render order has to be updated. Rendered below the shop, but in a separate PR. Can't do money checks. Got to figure out how to get the town reference. And texts are hard-coded until quest is implemented. Okay. Did Andreas read me? Yeah. Oh, I see. That's the where am I? Is how did I end up here? Okay. Yeah. I think when raids were originally announced on Twitch, I think it confused a lot of people. I think hosting on its own confused a lot of people, but I liked hosting better than I liked raiding a lot of times. But it makes more sense for Twitch as a platform to have a lurker get stuck into a bunch of different channels in a chain instead of just getting stuck in one. So yeah, I'm doing game development. I'm also doing it in C#, which is I think why Andreas chose this channel to raid. Okay, there should not be a conflict here, because this should have been based on the shopkeep component that was in the prior poll. So I'm not totally sure why that's happening. Anyway, let's go check this out. Okay, let's take a look. I'm not sure where this even shows up. It might be something obvious. It might not be obvious. It might be when you click an NPC. Let's click an NPC. Yeah, there we go. Hi there. What would you like to do? Upgrade shop. Oh, neat. Is this expanded? No, no, no. Okay. Accept a quest. All right, yeah. Yeah, this is roughly what I was thinking of for the first incarnation of this. Hey, Matt. Welcome in. Watch a lot of game dev channels, even though I don't game dev. Not going to for a long time. I have plans for years. Yeah, I gotta say, I watch games that I don't ever plan on playing. I guess I used to play the games that I watch right now. I'm not sure if there's a game I watch that I've never played though. But yeah, I think game dev for a lot of people is if you're ever trying to be productive, having something like that on in the background is good. And it's nice to see games evolve. I'm curious what games you watch. It's just 3: StarCraft 2, Hearthstone, and Smash. And mostly Ultimate at this point, although I will watch some Melee. Although I haven't seen a lot of Smash videos lately. YouTube just kind of stopped recommending them. Maybe the channel I subscribe to stopped producing them. I don't know. And thanks. Brian? Brian? Please let me know how to pronounce your name. Others, I'll probably just call you Mike. I would guess there would be a lot of Mikes watching at any time. That does not help. Is it more like this or this? Because I've never actually heard the name. Yeah. How would you phonetically type it out? Brian or Brian? Okay. I will write that down. What ID is that? It is VS Code. Okay, Brian. Yeah, I'll say Brian then. All right. Good thing I have this bridge note to store this in the pronunciation somewhere. Store in pronunciation. All right. Brian. Cool. Nice. Now I won't forget it. But yeah, welcome in. All right, this is the dialog box thing. We have the shopkeep again. This, I don't know how to, I want to rebase this onto main, which I could do. I just don't want to find all these changes when, maybe I just need to resolve conflicts first. Yeah, I guess let's do that. All right, what do we have for this one? Scene resources. Accept. And what do we have here? This is incoming change. Probably incoming change for everything. Yeah. All right, let's save that one too. Commit. It's an inbox note. Yeah, it's the bridge between my public and private ones. Although I did just change how everything works in Obsidian for me. So now I have a public, which means it can be shown on stream, but then there are ones that you all have access to and shared. And then there are ones you don't have access to, but that aren't really private. So there's nothing sensitive in this note. And I've got to move name pronunciations into the unshared section because you don't all need the name pronunciations, but I do. And I show them on stream. So there's no problem having them there. How is that a conflict? I have no idea. I don't know how that happened. And now I'm hoping, yeah. Now the files change went down. So yeah. All right, let's take a look. Actually, I should probably pull this branch again. Yeah, let's do that. This is gonna work. Get status. Get reset hard. Checkout 99. Now let's go take a look at this. I don't want to spend too much longer on this. Yeah, cool. All right, so let's go look at the, what was this? Dialog box. So we've got our dialog box. What is this thing? Changing Z index, only changes the draw order. Was the Z index changed? Yeah, it's changed to 5. Okay. Yeah, the logo. Yeah, I don't have the logo in there. I have it in the Skell document. Yep, this looks fine to me. Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Shopkeep component. NumQuest available plus plus. Is dialog box open? Shop, yeah, cool. Looks good. Okay, now the dialog box itself, let's just go look at that inside of VS Code. My full-time streamer. I wouldn't say I'm full-time at streaming. I do full-time, I say content creation now, although mostly it's game development. But the stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday for about 6 hours per day. And then Tuesday is supposed to be for YouTube, and Thursday is supposed to be my catch-up day. I'm still sort of on the fence about what I want to do with YouTube, but yeah, maybe tomorrow I make a video, maybe I end up just working on game dev stuff. And then yeah, Thursday is typically a time to catch up on everything that's just been accumulating on this list. And I've been doing a good job cutting it down, so we'll eventually have caught up, and then maybe I can repurpose it into something else. But there is that on the 22nd, I'm going to take a vacation, so there are only like 3 or 4 more streams until then. Well, 3 or 4 more stream days. In your opinion, do chocolate and MX switches feel the same in terms of actuation force? Does it imply that it'll feel equivalent to that? I'm considering getting them. Look, I think they should feel equivalent, but I do not have the sort of sensitivity to be able to tell myself if that's true. But they are actual measurements of how much force it should take to apply. So 50 grams should be 50 grams, whether it's, you know, a gigantic slab of metal or whether it's a tiny little plastic switch or plastic keycap on the top. I mean, it's all just, these are spring-based switches. So where your finger rests doesn't necessarily matter in terms of how much you need to press on the spring. And like, I doubt the weight of the keycap has any real impact on that. Yeah, travel distance can matter and everything. I think in terms of the force you apply, it should be it's just a measure of how much the spring takes to compress. What does catch-up day mean? Catch-up day means just I have a to-do list, and if I just keep adding things, you know, task 1, task 2, task 3, then it'll never get done. So catch-up day is like, oh, hey, I'll take down this task, and now I only have 1 left, and that way I can catch up. What did I do with Google? Oh, no, that's totally fine to ask questions. I have commands for almost all of them anyway. Where am I going? Anywhere cool? I haven't shared where I'm going, so I'll probably share after the fact where I went. So if you want to wait until like mid-June, you can ask me again. I'll probably share. Yeah, we have mayo and mustard days too. Those are for the to done list and to won't do. All right, so dialog box, we've got all of these things that were there. And the container to this. So this works. I wonder if I would have done this with an intermediate thing here, like a, you know, container equals get node container. I know this isn't the code for this. And then down here, do container dot get node and then delete this stuff. I think this would look a little bit cleaner to me, but it doesn't really matter. And if you ever do modify the scene tree, then you need to change your intermediate variables. So not a big deal. How does it know what I want to ask for? I mean, I made these commands. They're all online, by the way. If you want to just go looking through them all, just go to a.bot.land. Yeah, so you could search for something like Google or keyboard or code journey or something like that. Skeleseller. You can find pretty much anything you want to find out on here. So we create it by making a new scene, positioning it at the, what is this doing? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, looks fine. Shop, on shop, upgraded, invoke. Sounds good. Clicking NPC will display the first dialog box responsible for showing the options for upgrading the shop or accepting a quest. If available, this method is responsible for catching the first mouse input that will spawn the dialog box. That's a strange comment, right? Display the first dialog box responsible for showing options for upgrading the shop or accepting a quest. I'm not sure what first means in this case, because there should only be one. Maybe it means initial. I'd probably change that comment. All right, so display. Oh, I think I see. No, wait. No, I don't think I see. Okay, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Shopkeep. Let's go take a look. So if the box is not already open, display greeting dialog box. And create one. Do we ever delete these? We don't add this anywhere either, actually. Oh, we create it with a parent. So the parent gets it created here. Okay, I see. Then do we delete it? Yeah, we queue free it here. Handle upgrade shop button. Handle accept quest button. We could do this, by the way. We would just have to write code for it. Handle start quest button. Handle close button, but then queue free it anyway. This is not necessary. Do you have any opinion on Raspberry Pi and specifically how it can teach children more about programming? My wife's elementary school has tons of Raspberry Pis for the kid. Yeah, I do. I think it's a good device for combining programming with hardware, I would say, because of the GPIO pins that it has. If you're just looking to get the kids into programming, I think you could do that with really any computer, a laptop, a PC, a whatever. But yeah, specifically with the Raspberry Pi, I think it puts it in a more hands-on realm. But for elementary school kids, there's this device. Oh, I'm not going to be able to remember the name of this. But there was this modular device, or modular devices, I guess, that you could sort of just connect at will and then do some kind of like light programming to control. I don't remember what it was called, but those would be more expensive. So I think the nice thing about a Raspberry Pi is you could connect LEDs and buttons and whatever else, resistors, and get something working. It's funny. It's too bad I'm no longer making this game, but there was some interest from schools in this game that I'd made. It was a robot battling game, but this part of it, which was the visual scripting language, was, I think, easy enough for kids to learn and mess around with. So you could look into something like that too, where you look into like Blockly games or Scratch games, and there are a bunch of these. I think this can also be a good way for people to learn some of this. So here's a maze game. Let me mute this. So you have to get to the end, I guess, and you just drag these blocks here to do it. Move forward, move forward. Yeah. So like, this could also be something they might want to try. I think there are lots of ways you can approach this, of course. It's a hard thing as a teacher is developing a curriculum for this stuff. You do this in a single box. It's just faster to create a new one so you don't have to unsubscribe. Oh, yeah. That's totally fine. Yeah. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that we could do it if we wanted to. Eramu, Hane Tensei. Microbit, maybe that was it. Let me take a look. There are probably many of these sorts of things. I don't know. I don't even know if I'd recognize. I don't think I recognize this product, but yeah, something like this. What I was thinking of, again, I can only describe it. I don't know the name, but you get something like a temperature sensor module and you just like plug it in. So you didn't need to connect wires or anything. You pretty much just, if two pieces connected, you could get them to work somehow. And then you might connect a sound module or a light module or something like that. And I think it was targeted at kids. I also don't think it was cheap though. Currently using Obsidian to write notes. Can you share a bit of your experience with it, or do you have a video on it? I think I have a little bit of a video on it somewhere. Yeah. I don't mind answering some specific questions you might have. A lot of my notes are public. If you just go to notes.adamlearns.com. So you can see all the stuff that I've written recently. Like if you search for C sharp, the C sharp and Godot ones are mostly new. And yeah, I don't know if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Snap circuits. I know about Lego Mindstorms. I think that's one of them that's good. Although that's not what I was thinking of. That's much more like kind of polished. Was it this? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't even recognize it if I saw it. But something along these lines. Anyway, Brian has the general ideas now, I think. Career mentoring. So yeah, just like everything else, there is a command for that too. And you'll see how it works because it's going to start in about an hour and a half. But generally, the way that I've done it is I have several different mentees and we follow along with their kind of career path. So I've been doing about one session per month, and we are getting to session 5 for people now. And all of these are links to the past videos if you want to check out how it's gone. Although it's quite dense watching because each one of these is an hour. And so there's no like summary at the end of, okay, here's everything we covered. I tried to just make it as easy as possible to get the mentee the value and not necessarily make it good YouTube content. Okay, so yeah, if we're going to queue free this thing, then we should probably have like a is dialog closed, and everything should be doing this, right? Handle close button. Oh, this is the new one. I see. Okay. Got it. Okay, yeah, for now I think this looks good. Yeah. Okay. And then town has, what is this? This is an upgrade shops. Oh, because shop now has upgrade shop? What did this used to be? Oh, there are 2 different functions now. What does upgrade shop do? On shop upgraded. What listens for this? Oh, I see. Okay. Then where do we add the next item display? Because those 2 things should be one function, I think. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think these should be the same. Yeah, debug menu triggered the +1 quest. Yeah, and then yeah, I follow that. Hey, go Deke, thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. Is this a community project? No. Unfortunately, this is closed source. I've got the credits there, and I've got a command talking about the sort of closed sourceness of it here. But welcome in, Rosimo. I have done some projects that I'd say are like sort of community driven, and this game, Jump Royale, is a stream mini game that we play, and you'll see it in about 30 minutes if you weren't already here half an hour ago. And this was just publicly viewable source. So some people happen to contribute, and one of them is Darkstorm, who contributed the most out of all these people. And then I asked Darkstorm, hey, would you want to work on this new game that I'm making? And Darkstorm said yes, and so that's what led to here. Okay, I think these should be combined. Add shop, upgrade shop. Where is it? This is on shop upgraded. Why do we need this again? This is so that we know that there's a quest available. Yeah, but then this should add an item display. Okay, so add next item display. And then this function should probably not be called from anywhere else. Well, except for there. But nowhere else other than that. Yeah, so this can be deleted here. This can be deleted. And that should be it. Okay, so everything should still work the same way. because I think those functions are one and the same. Okay, let's try this out. So if we just click upgrade shops. Wait, was that supposed to grant a quest? Oh, I see. We will want a way to test that. But yeah, for now, I think we're okay. All right, so I click this. I click upgrade shop. Do I even have the money? I have 500, yeah. Upgrade shop. It says quest available. And now accept a quest is lit up. But this one... Oh, wait. They all have accept a quest available? Oh. Oh, but the debug functions now do grant a quest. Or was that always the case? Let me undo my changes and make sure I didn't just mess this up. Git stash. Okay. Reload, refresh. So I click this, there is no quest. Then I click upgrade shops. And yeah, there is a quest now. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So they are granting a quest right now. So I'll stash pop my thing and check this in. Uh-oh, what happened? Please commit your changes. No, come on. Reset hard. Stash pop, there we go. Okay, and then these I don't want to check in. So just this stuff. So I'm going to say add item display when upgrading. The two actions should always be linked. So this prevents having to make two function calls. There we go. Get push dark, add dialog box. All right, so yeah, only thing I think I would say here is only change I would make for now is to either prevent the debug button from adding a quest or make it more obvious that it's actually, no, I wouldn't even, yeah, I would just say make it more obvious that it's adding a quest. Because I don't think we should prevent it. I think if you upgrade the shop through a debug button, it should do what it would do in the game. Only change I would make for now is to make it more obvious that upgrading the shop through the debug menu gives you a quest. In essence, the debug menu is for us to skip through gameplay progression. And since the player would get a quest, that means we should get a quest too. Okay, yeah. When you start the game, do you see it? No, I don't see it when I start. But what I'm saying, maybe I'm misunderstanding this. Let me copy this over. Why can't I go to this? Yeah, there we go. So my understanding from this was debug buttons shouldn't grant a quest. And then the reality, though, is they do grant quests right now. So, and I think they should grant quests. So maybe I misunderstood here, but if I click, there's just upgrade shop. There's no way to get a quest from that. But then if I click upgrade shops over here, it does give me a quest. By the way, for those who don't know, I want to share a little bit about the design of this. So when you upgrade your shop, you are offered a quest. Then the quest will tell you, something like this, find 10 axes and you get a certain reward. The rewards are going to be permanent. So it'll say something like, plus 10% damage from all of your adventurers. So both of these will be good choices and you figure out which one you want. And then find 10 axes is going to be to actually return them to the shopkeep here. So rather than the axes being put on display and being sold, you're consuming the items by your shopkeep and then you're getting a reward for it. Debug setup was technically upgrading the shops. I see. Okay. Well, what I'm getting at here then is when you click upgrade shops, it should probably say quest available just like it does when you click upgrade shop. I like the quest available showing up. I think that's good. And then eventually we'll show an exclamation mark over the characters' heads or something somehow. I don't know exactly how because they're right under there in the shop. We'll figure something out. Okay, I'm going to move on from pull requests. These are some things. This is like post PR follow-up. And I don't know when we're going to do that. So I'm going to get back to some coding of my own here. So we left off with the abilities. I'm not taking fortitude into account. This is something that the battle system would do in deal damage. Let me close out of all these tabs. Oh, and then before I forget, let's switch back to main. Get reset hard. Get stash pop. Cool. A little quest board on the side of the shop. Yeah, something like that could happen. If the sign is there, then it's clear that there's a quest. Yeah. We're going to have a bin anyway to drop items in. So I think adding a sign could work. I'll just write this down as an idea. File this as an idea if the above an NPC's head doesn't look good. Take care, Kajiro. And thanks for dropping in and taking an interest. Hope to see you again. Have a good study session. So take fortitude into account. We have right here, damage mitigation percent. And this can modify the damage. I guess your fortitude would also modify the damage. How did I do this in Idle Ascendance? Fortitude. So it was just damage minus fortitude. I don't really want it to work that way. I think how it should probably work is sort of like how World of Warcraft did it. Or at least how it originally did it. You had an armor value, and that armor value was an absolute number. And this got converted to a damage mitigation percentage based on your level. So basically like 100 armor at level 1 may mean 10% damage mitigation. And 100 armor at level 10 may mean whatever, 3% damage mitigation. So something like that could be a little bit better here. That way you don't run into these weird cases. If you ever have a formula like damage minus defense, then you very easily can run into a case where you're just doing no damage. Whereas if you have a percentage, it's going to be very, very hard to get to the point where you're doing no damage because you could just cap the percentage pretty easily. Push the change mentioned in your own comment, or was it something else? I pushed something else. We had two functions. So callers were always calling function A and function B, but these were essentially the same thing. So I just made it so that function A calls function B. And that way callers can get rid of the call to function B. That's the only part I had done. Also, I can make this clearer later. I want to make sure I'm covering some of the checkpoint number 1 stuff. I haven't done anything myself today yet. Yeah, so I like this idea. So we have your damage mitigation percent. We should probably add to this percent based on your fortitude and based on your level. And I just don't know a good formula for this right now. Do you start with fortitude? You probably do. Yeah, you start with a random number, either 0 or 1. I mean, that's not a lot. I don't know what 1 fortitude would even mean. Maybe you can start with like 10, and 10 can mean that you're mitigating 10% of the damage at first. In fact, you know what? That's not bad. Let's just do that to have it be fast. What is everybody getting right now? They're getting 1 fortitude, 1 or 0. Yeah, I think we'll just convert this. Is this even smart? I don't know if this is smart. Fortitude would be your damage mitigation percent for everything, though. We eventually want resistances, but I'm not going to worry about resistances yet. I already know I'm thinking too much about this. I think it's probably not worth coding for now at all. Yeah, it's just not worth coding at all. Unless we're going to tweak what the fortitude numbers are for everybody, which we might. Fine. All right, I've convinced myself. We should code this. So what we'll do is we'll get the target's fortitude. Float fortitude equals, do we have a get power? We do. So we need a get fortitude, which since nothing modifies it yet, I guess we can just get their base power. Yeah. Get base fortitude. Start my little game in Godot. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I think it's a lot of fun to get into that stuff. And I think with games, there's almost always something you can do that doesn't take too much energy from you. Although if you only do all the things that don't take energy, you will eventually run out of those and then you'll be on the bigger tasks. But essentially what that means is that you can slot in something after a work day or a school day or something like that and still feel like you're making progress. Do you need damage mitigation formulas? I'm going to start really basic for right now. And we're just going to say that your fortitude is your damage mitigation at first. These percent increases, though, are decimal points. So I guess we just divide your fortitude by fortitude divided by 100. So that means if you have 10 fortitude, it'll be 10% damage reduction. Maybe it should even be divided by like 500 or something like that. Yeah, you know what? Fine. Let's do that. That way it's at least being taken into account. Now let's go test that out. So let's give your adventurer some fortitude. First, let's test it before we've done anything. So we just get into a battle. And we're taking about 10 damage. That's not guaranteed to stay at that number because I think we randomized the fortitude. Did that make sense, by the way? What did I set this at? Divided by 500? So 1 divided by 500? Yeah, that makes sense. So if we go into your adventurer now and we give you 100 fortitude, you should be taking 8 damage, I believe. That does not seem right. What did I do? Buff increase, fortitude 5 by 500. Yeah, what did I do wrong? Unless the stats aren't being cloned correctly. Are they? Clone, return fortitude. Yeah, no, that's fine. What? Oh, maybe. Okay, this is a shot in the dark, but maybe it hadn't saved for some reason and then took like a second. That's. No, it's still just doing 9.8 damage. All right, well, let's put a breakpoint somewhere. Let's put it. We want a conditional breakpoint for whether it is a player character. Percent is clamped there, yeah. I want this. So let's get the team of that player. Do we even have that information? No, it's only Battler that has the team, isn't it? No, Battler. Nothing stores the team. Oh, battle team component. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, we can do that then. So get the battle team component. Battle team component. Team, or BTC, equals get. And then if the team is the player team, then I want a breakpoint. Player. Cool. I know we could just use a conditional breakpoint, but this is easy enough. Now we debug this. Don't care about any of these other breakpoints. right? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one, yeah. Get into a fight. Wait a second for them to hit. Breaks into here. Get the base fortitude. What is the base fortitude? 10. Oh my god. Did I? Oh my god. Well, that was immediately apparent to me because the number 10 is how much power you have because I forgot to change this when I copy pasted it. Well, problem solved. That's why you debug. So now I think they should do 8 damage. Yeah, perfect. Cool. So that's it. That's what Fortitude is going to do for now. We can delete all this stuff. That's done. These things probably need to be checked in. Maybe. I don't know. Let's revert them for now. And then restart all of Godot. Reload. Close out of these things. It might still have a change, and we might still need part of that change. Every once in a while, UIDs change, and I think there's some like merge artifact. It's not a difficult bug or anything. But if we see a warning pop up, that means we have to do something about it. So do we see a warning pop up? Nope. Which means we shouldn't see a change over here. Yep, looks good. We don't need this anymore. All right, get base fortitude. Fortitude divided by 500. Sounds good. Now we just need to make sure you can never have 500 fortitude or else you'll never take damage. Take fortitude into account. The formula is very simple for now. Fortitude divided by 500 F. This means that at 100 fortitude, you will take 20% less damage. It also means that there's no reason to increase this too much as you level up. Yeah. So commit that. And then make adventurers that have the new abilities. So what this really meant was we have 3 adventurers. I coded all 3 of them. So this one is the mage, this one is the rogue, this one is the warrior. And we need them to know what they are. Oh wait, they already do know what they are, don't they? Yeah, I just made a bunch of random classes here though. We want warrior, mage, and then rogue, and that's it. Yeah, so these other ones don't exist. And that's it. It should just pretty much be done, right? And then we just check here if adventurer, actually we could switch on adventurer class. Switch. Should know what I want. Come on. Come on, type out the rest for me. You can do it, AI. All right, fine, I'll type it out. Case adventurer class dot warrior. I want them in the same order. I put them over here. Not that the order matters. Okay, so warrior is these 3. Then next is mage. And then the rogue. Mage is these 3. And then the rogue. And delete all this stuff. Don't need that. Don't need this. Healer will be a mage. I'm just saying these are the only 3 classes I have right now. There will eventually be a healer class or something like that. And we'll just have to code special abilities for them. I technically have a heal ability. I just didn't design the class all that well. Hey, Shadow Reality. So here's how all the classes work in the game. There is what I'm calling a class-defining passive ability, which is, I guess this is no longer needed here, but it's pretty much a passive ability, but it's unique, a unique passive ability. And then 2 active abilities. And the point is for there to be synergy between these somehow. So if you just had a passive that was like, do 10% more damage, and then an active ability 1 that was like, attack 1 target, and an active 2 that's something like attack 2 targets. There's no real synergy here. You could sort of argue, okay, doing more damage affects that your damaging abilities are doing more damage. Like, this isn't fun synergy, I guess. So the synergies that we actually have here are, like, if we look at the rogue has an ability that always targets the enemy with the lowest life. That's what quick strike is. And they also, their passive is whenever you hit an enemy, if they have less than 10% life, they die. So what this means is that your rogue is always hitting the lowest life enemy, and then as soon as they get low enough, they just immediately die. So it's like every enemy has 10% less life, which is pretty cool synergy. And then this makes the rogue more likely to dodge and will make them do more damage. So like, okay, cool. Pretty synergistic. I like it. This one is a chance to reset the cooldown of both of your abilities when using them. And then technically any class would have synergy with this, I guess, because every class has active abilities that can be refreshed. And so, yeah, the mage is just sort of thematic in that sense. And then here we have counterattack, and taunt lets you take less damage and makes you more likely to be hit so that counterattack will go off. So there's some, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So when I say design the healer class, probably it'll have a heal ability, and probably it'll have like a, I don't know, maybe a heal over time or a group heal, or I don't know, maybe even a damage dealing ability. But the question is, what is their passive such that it synergizes with these things? And I just haven't designed it yet. I have some ideas. Why is this saying something about single line comments if there is no comment? Huh, strange. Why is that happening? Maybe I have to rebuild. Wait, it's not even doing anything? Oh, no, it is. But that didn't work. Might need to restart Visual Studio Code. What changes do I have? Oh, I see. Did the warning go away? Can't tell yet because syntax highlighting hasn't fixed itself. Probably need to wait for some yellow to show up here. There it goes. Yeah, it's fixed. Every once in a while I need to do that. I don't know why. All right. So I think we're just kind of done here. That was way faster than I thought. I thought we would have to code some special ability or something, but I think it should just work. Unfortunately, you can only hire 3 adventurers now. So we have the mage, and if I grant myself a bunch of money and I click hire, we get the warrior, and then I should always get the rogue next. And then there shouldn't be any other adventurers. Yeah. Did I use C# on my job at Google? No. It was Go, Java, and Kotlin mostly. And that's it. We just have our 3 characters, mage, warrior, rogue. I should have done this way sooner than I did. I didn't realize it would be that easy. All right, easy peasy. We are done with this. And then we can say that this closes number 92. Yeah. So now we can finally check in this code that was, oh wait, we should not give you 100 fortitude. Get rid of that. Okay, so that looks good. This hires an adventurer first for you, which I think is necessary. Maybe not. There are 2 ways of starting this game. One is give you items that will sell for enough to hire your first adventurer. And then the second is just give you your first adventurer. And whether or not we give you items doesn't matter, but maybe it's something like, and no items, and the battle earns you the item. And I think number 1 is closer to how the game will eventually be. All right, so check this in. Check this in. Do we give you an adventurer at first? I think no. I think I'll just write it in here. Content. Start the player with enough items that they'll be able to hire their first adventurer. 2 is better as a tutorial. No, what did I write out? I think 1 actually starts a little bit earlier into that flow. So the way I'm kind of picturing this is like item selling is automatic. So you would have no actions until the items are sold. And that way you could just kind of get an idea for like, oh, I'm running this town. Which I don't know. Maybe it's Maybe one of these is better or worse. I think part of it is we just have to choose one to start with and see. And I have an idea for how the game is going to work from like a story perspective. You'll start your town and you had items on you, so you'll sell those, and then you hire an adventurer who comes over to you. That's what I had planned for the story, which I guess fits into number 1. So I don't know if we want to do that. Start with the player with enough items, they'll be able to hire their first adventurer. This is at least how I had planned things from the story perspective. Okay, add in proper character classes. There is the warrior, mage, and rogue. These have their appropriate abilities. You can only, yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention that this is done, but this is done. So let's click close issue. All right, that brings us to the next issue, fix customer logic. So let's do the right thing here. Let's put this in progress. Let's just do this now too, even though technically it's not in progress. Customers should still make purchases while they have money. They currently stop when they have less than $50. Yep, that was just an oversight at first. What did I search for here? Greater than or equal to 50? Yeah, here it is. So if they have money, transition into buy item, but they might not have enough money to buy an item. Commented on 99. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at something. Loading text. This is what's the problem with just moving this floating text into upgrade shop? Because that should work. Yeah, I think that's all I really meant. And I just hadn't put any thought into it. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the only change that you should really have to make there. All right, so yeah, what happens in buy item? Do we check to see if you can afford the item? Acquire target. Just pick an item target. How does that work? Go through all the displays and just pick a random one. Okay, yeah, that's not really doable anymore. We need to pick one you can afford, and if there isn't one you can afford, then we leave the state. If item equals null, transition back to wander, yeah. Okay, dot where. So this is get filled item displays. We need the cost of the item. Do we have the item in here? Yes, we do. Do we have the cost in here? Price? What is this called? Item, value. Okay, and then we need to figure out how much money we have. How much money do we have? This. Where's entity coming from? Oh, the attached entity. Okay. So money component. And then what is money? A long? Yeah, long. Long money equals that. And then this is where money is greater than or equal to the value of the item. Dereference of possibly null. It won't be null now. We know that it's going to be defined because we check here that it's filled. Okay, so now this will only fetch ones that you can definitely buy. So we don't need this anymore. And if you ran out of money, then you should eventually leave town. There are a couple ways we could do that. I think the easiest way is just have a state where the customer goes away completely. This happened somewhere already. I don't remember where though. We check if the money is less than or equal to 0. Entity out of money. There it was. Out of money. This kills the entity, I think. Ran out of money. What listens to this? Yeah, just killed the enemy or killed the customer. Okay. This was in buy item. Customer. Oh wait, buy item even has this though. Yeah, so there are two reasons why there could be no item displays. Either there were none that were filled or you couldn't afford any. I want, in the case where you can't afford any, that we just destroy the customer. So I guess let's go do that. So this is filled item displays. Whoa, what? When did I have ligatures turned on? I didn't do that. Oh, wait, no, that's not a ligature. That's just a different F character. Oh, man. Also, I guess it's break time, but let me finish this up. So filled item displays is just to get this. And then I actually don't want to do a to list on this just yet. If we don't do this, what is the type of this? Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. So if there aren't any items, then just return. Otherwise, I read only list. This is going to be affordable item displays. Yep, and if there aren't any of these, then we say that we're out of money. And I guess also return null. And then go through the affordable ones. There we go. And it need to be sorted along. What if you owed enough money? That should be easy enough, right? Just tell your friend you owe them like $2 billion or $4 billion. And there, now it needs to be stored along. I solved your problem for you. All right, so how's this going to work? We need to have enough things in this storeroom. I really should make a way to add like 40 of these at once. And then enough things in the shops. And then we add the items and we drain these 3 customers of their money. So we're going to need a lot more workers for this. Go sell the items. But then, well, this isn't, we can still improve the customer logic at some point. I should probably speed this up. Buy more items. All right. $34, 24, 14. Oh, wait, it worked. Oh, yeah, it did. Wait, did it? Not exactly how I thought. Yeah, I think they could have afforded items still and just didn't. How does that work? Money is greater than or equal to the value of the item. And then if there weren't any... Yeah, how did that happen? I could have sworn there were potions left. I think something left the town even when they had enough money to buy it. Let's pay attention to this one. This has 24. It did not make a purchase. Okay, yeah, it went away. It spent money on the axe, so it had $9 left. Oh, wait a sec. I think I know what's going on. Yeah, it's based on the item they just purchased. So they couldn't purchase that item again, then they cease to exist. Okay, that should no longer be the case. Because they're going to enter the wander state after this anyway, right? Do they? Transition into wander. Yeah, and then in wander, they'll transition into buy item, and then in buy item, they will not be able to find an item. Okay, that should work. All right, this is I guess slightly better than what we had, but it's still not great. I want customers to walk around, to consider purchases, to, I don't know, do a whole bunch of things. All right, let's get a bunch of these. There we go. Upgrade shops a bunch. Add a bunch of workers. And add some items. Okay. And probably speed this up. All right, customers. So they'll only be deleted when they have less than $3, assuming there's a potion for sale. This is all kind of pointless anyway, because customers right now immediately get replaced with a new customer. So they might as well just have infinite money. Yeah, like this now has 9. Now it can only afford potions. So it gets that one, it gets one more, and then it gets one more, and it'll be at 0. Yep, then it should have disappeared. Oh, there it goes. And then this one should disappear, yep. And then this one can still afford things. But if that potion goes away, yes, now it's going to disappear. Yep, good. It's working. Yeah. Neat. Look at them go. So stupid. I hope the game never turns into this. There's a swarm of stuff. They look like bees. All right, I gotta take a break. I might take a slightly longer break. I gotta make sure the timing of this is right, because 11:30 is when mentoring starts, right? I gotta make sure I'm ready for that. It's 11:30, yeah. Okay, I will be back in a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey everybody, close the game. Okay, so we got to keep an eye on time. It's 10:33, and at about 11:20, probably need to transition into mentoring, which means 11:15 would have to be a break. Yeah. Okay, so we got about 40 minutes. Is fixed customer logic done? Did I check this in? I did not check this in. What were the two things? They should make purchases while they have money. They should eventually leave town. Yeah, we gotta spend a whole like day or two on just customer logic probably. But yeah, for now. Okay, pick item target. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine for now. This stuff is fine. Okay, fix customer logic. Customers now buy items until they can't afford anything. Then they disappear. And this closes 66. Fixes 66. All right, push that. And we can mark these things as done. Cool. All right. All right, I'm going to save turn off debug stuff for later. I think some of this progression is what's most important here. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. Here's how this should probably go. You start with some number of items. Maybe it's like, oh, maybe I kind of also wanted to only start with one shop, but I don't think that's a good idea for the first checkpoint. So maybe you start with 2 axes. No, an axe and a something else, an axe and a cloak. And that's worth 25. And hiring your first adventurer costs 25. So then you hire that, you enter some instances. Nothing else can be as cheap as $25 though, or else you'd be stranded. Oh man. Yeah, you hire that adventurer. You enter some instances, get more items, make more money. Then you upgrade your shop or your storeroom, your shop, and eventually hire more adventurers. Yeah, something like that. This idea of starting you with just enough to afford your first adventurer. You know what we could do? We could start you with 2 potions and then have the first thing be worth $6. That could work. Yeah, that could work. All right, how does add items work? Here it is. Here it is. So we just add in any arbitrary items. Okay, what we're going to do instead is we're just going to add in potion. So in ready, grant items set here. Set up starter items. Yeah. Private void, set up starter items. And this is just set them with a potion. Cool. So now you should start with 2 potions. Potions are worth $3, so you'll get $6. Yep. Now this also means you'll have to wait for your skeleton to go get this. So maybe we should just get 1 potion. Or maybe this is stupid. It's probably stupid. Yeah, I feel like you should probably just start with enough money to get an adventure. Then why even have you click the button for it? And why even have you start a battle? There could be something just for the sake of the first checkpoint where it's like you do have a grant items button, but it just works once. And it's like teaching you how the shop works. The idea that it's kind of in-game tutorial. Not really. See, that's the thing I'm kind of struggling with right now is this is all for the sake of checkpoint number 1 on like this Friday. The goal is to see if the game is fun, not to have a fully self-explained game. Eventually, we are going to care about what the new player experience is. But for Friday, we're probably going to have text literally like right above the game that says, this is an early prototype. Ignore, all the weird things you see happening, like customers just walking on top of buildings or something. And this could be one of those things where it's just like, we just literally tell you to get started, hire your first adventurer. Then it's fine if the player screws up and doesn't buy an adventurer in soft locks. Well, there shouldn't be a way to screw up. So if we gave you items, then we would give you a potion, let's say, which is worth $3, and then make hire adventurer cost $3 at first. Then the subsequent ones can go up to like 500 into 1,000 or something. But we could also just make it so that your first adventurer is free, and then you have to click the button to get it. But then why even make you click the button? I guess to teach you how to do it. Otherwise, we could just hand you the first adventurer. There's no indication you even have adventurers, I guess. Also, there's no way to open the skill tree with a button. We got to add a way to do that. Did I write that here somewhere? Yeah, make a button to open the skill tree. Do we have NPCs in the game right now? Like, are they here? Yes, they are. I just don't have dialogue in the game yet. So clicking these does say something, right? Yeah, blacksmith. Oh, I'm so torn. I guess this doesn't really matter though, right? I should probably just give you your first adventure or have it be free. I'll just have it be free, I think. Then we need these messages to be in the right spots though, so that you can tell that you can't just join an instance. You probably shouldn't be called create instance. Maybe I'll make different portals in the world and they take you to a different zone. Also need to balance the battle so that you win as one adventurer each time. Yeah, there's quite a lot to be done here. And I think there's no way for you to win any of these battles right now. Oh, I guess you do have skill points. Would the skill points make you win? This would make me dodge. And this would make this even better. All right, what about now? As soon as they put stealth on, there we go. Now the dodge rate increases. Now they just need you to stealth another time and they should dodge almost every attack. Yeah, good. Till it wears off. No, they're still not going to win. Maybe the other classes would do better. All right, so yeah, I think the adventurer cost should start as free. 200, 300. Yeah, here they are. So your first one is 0. And then any floating text that shows up, this is showing with the town view. But this is just, this is here. And that's why floating text doesn't work? Is that what's going on? How is it? Oh, right. I just gave you an adventure at the beginning. I forgot about that. And I also open up the skill tree. Okay, so just delete both of these things. Oh, well, we can't create any more. It's creating the text over here for no instance slots available. Yeah, I need this to show in a different spot. Push the changes, correct now? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll take a look later. Thank you for doing that. I'm doing this thing where I'm getting like way ahead of myself again. All right, let's start with the very basics. Let's give you a menu where you can see what your options even are. I think that's important. Hey, Chris. It's going well. I am all over the place right now, and I definitely shouldn't be all over the place. So add a menu to the town that isn't a debug menu. So all actions have costs that lets the player control the game. Yeah, that just totally messed up. Let's try that again. I hit save. That was a dumb idea. There. So menu to the town. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We have, where's the debug menu get added? Debug menu there. It's created in setup debug buttons and it's added to the UI layer. Yeah. Okay. I want to add in the regular menu there. So what makes a debug menu a debug menu? Well, it's got a scene, and I'm assuming that it is a VBox container. Probably. Yeah, VBox container. Yeah, I think we'll do the same general thing. So I'll just add this in here. VBox container. This will be menu, regular menu, I guess. Okay. Now we add in some buttons here. Set up debug buttons. Set up menu. Actually, the menu can just be coded directly into here, right? Could just add a button. All right, so what are the things you can do? You can upgrade your storeroom, upgrade your shop. Oh, that happens from the NPC. And that's already something that, no, it's not in the game. It'll be in the game with the quest dialogue thing. And we'll just hide the quest dialogue part. Although even if you can't ever upgrade your shops, I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact on gameplay. Yeah, so hire another worker, hire an adventurer, and go to an instance. Is there anything else? I guess it's really just a subset of our debug functions. Add items will not be possible. Add customer won't be possible. Add worker should be. Upgrade your storeroom should be. Upgrade shop should be done through the shops themselves. Create an instance, hire an adventurer. Yeah, that's it. And then upgrading a shop will be done through the NPC dialogue. Maybe there's a button labeled upgrade shop that just tells you to click the NPC. I just don't think it'll be super obvious. Like there's no indication that you can click the NPC. And if we give you everything else through a button, then you might expect there to be a button for that too. Okay, so let's go add in those buttons. And I think we'll order them in terms of what you might want to do. So hire an adventurer first. Hire adventurer button. Then, yeah, upgrade your storeroom, hire a worker. Storeroom button. Hire worker. And start an instance. That should probably be changed eventually too. Start instance button. And then maybe an upgrade shop thing that we put in that shop button that just tells you how to upgrade the shop. Okay, so that's it. That's all our stuff that we have. So hire adventurer. Actually, we're going to set all the text of this dynamically, except for start instance. Yeah, everything else will need a cost associated with it. And then we should probably put your money label into the UI level. The UI, I'll put that here too. Put the money label that the town has into the UI layer so that it shows in screen coordinates. All right, so now to set up these things. Private void setup menu. Hey, Smoo. So get the menu. The menu is just a VBox container, which for all we care is just a control. I don't know if you can even do things this way. Let me take a look at that. And it's inside the UI. We should convert debug menu into menu. Yes, we definitely should. Although it is just a VBox container, and I don't think menu even needs a script. So probably it's not too important yet, but maybe we eventually have filtering or something and we want them on both menus. I don't think there will be too much of a need actually. Because I think almost all these functions are going to be something that NPCs do in the game and that the menu itself will probably go away. So the only thing that should be left is some way of like opening a skill tree. There'll be hotkeys for a lot of this anyway. All right, so get the canvas layer. Get this. Canvas layer UI equals get canvas layer. Then this is UI.get the menu. And then menu dot, we need to get the buttons. Get node button. Hire adventurer button. Hello world. All right, let's try that out. I just want to see if this works because I'm using control here and it's not, it inherits from control, but it's not a control as the derived class. Oh, that worked. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yep. Just checking. We need a way of updating all these buttons eventually anyway. So I can't just fetch them here. I need to actually save them. Yeah. Okay, fine. Wait a sec. What does the menu say right now? Yeah, hire adventurer gets updated. I'm going to move these buttons out of the debug menu though, I think. Or no, I'm not going to move them out of the debug menu. I'm going to make it so the debug menu gives it to you for free. No. It should just be moved out of the debug menu. There's grant money. So if you ever need money, you just do that. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is what's going to change. Okay, let me use to get something by name. So we need all of these things. Private button, hire adventurer button, hire worker button. What else did I say we need? Upgrade storeroom, upgrade shop, and start instance. Upgrade storeroom, upgrade shop, and start instance. Okay, now we go fetch all of those from setup menu. All right, so you are here. And hire worker button should just know how to do all this stuff. Oh, come on, it doesn't know that one. Trying to fill in a whole bunch of other things. And then connect their pressed to various things. I'll do that later. So this just saves them all off. Now we need a way of upgrading, or let's get hire adventurer working first. So we have a update hire adventurer button. Where is this called from? Down here. It needs to be done down here now. Actually, setup menu could just do it. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. Definition of this function is going to change. Get the cost of the next adventurer. Get the button itself, which we already have, I guess. Button name. This will just be hire adventurer and cost. Yeah. This is the hire adventurer button. Good. Now, technically, the debug menu had a way of fetching a button that now I don't think will ever be used anymore. Yeah, it's not used anymore. I think we can delete this. Yeah. Okay, so hiring adventurers should now have the proper text on it. And then we need to delete it as a debug button. So it's a 0 first. Oh, and then nothing updates. Wait a second. No, that's wrong. What happened here? Did I even click it? Oh, it doesn't do anything when you press it. Of course. What is the hire adventurer thing called? What does it do? Hire adventurer? Aha, hire random adventurer. Yeah, cool. So this should go away from here. Actually, it doesn't have to. It just doesn't need a price on it. Yeah, I think that's what we could do. Okay, then let's change that around. So hire adventurer button is here. Set that up. Hire adventurer button dot pressed plus equal hire random adventurer. Sounds good. Then we make another function, debug hire random adventurer. And this is going to be very similar, except that the first thing it's going to do is make sure that you have enough money for this. Money plus equal cost. And then hire a random adventurer. Yeah. Technically, if you're already a max, this is still going to give you money for free, but that doesn't really matter. Okay, there we go. Now let's try that out. So you should be able to click the debug button as many times as you want. So if I click this one, hire adventurer, my money should stay at 500. And I should get 3 adventurers, yeah. So there they are. And then if I click it again, I'll just keep earning money. Wait, what? How did that not break? Oh, it just doesn't update the money label. That's why. So, oh, yep, there it is, 2100. Yeah, yeah, this is just a debug function. I mean, I guess we could say update the money label. Yeah. We could also just check to see, do you have any for hire and do something special there? Or just have this set the next cost to be 0. But this is fine. It's a debug function. It doesn't need to do everything perfectly. Okay, now what about hiring adventurers regularly? That should work. It does, but unfortunately, we don't have another adventurer to try hiring now. Is this Godot with C Sharp? Yeah, it's Godot with C Sharp. Yeah. I try to keep the title pretty descriptive. Yeah, so yeah. I think it's in the title, but it might not be. If you're curious though what's going on here, I've got the today command that usually is kept up to date with what I'm working on. And right now what we're doing is we're getting ready for launching a playable demo of this on Friday. So I'm trying to make sure that the player has all the functions that they need to be able to control by Friday. So we have this debug menu, which lets you pretty much like cheat at the game. But the player shouldn't be cheating at the game. So we need to make sure they only have functions that they're supposed to be able to access. So if we search for, oops, that was what I wanted. If we set this to 300, this is not the balance I want, but this should work. So now you should only be able to hire 1 extra adventurer. Click this, and now you don't have enough money. Yeah, not enough money to hire. But if I grant money and then click this, then we have enough. Yeah. Good, good, good. Cool. So that's button number 1. Now, button number 2 is upgrade storeroom button. So this needs a cost associated with it as well. And where's this game constants? Yeah, adventurer cost. So we need like a storeroom cost, storeroom upgrade costs. And I don't know what this should be. Maybe this should just be a formula. but let's just set it for now to a bunch of things. So your first one costs 100 and your second one costs 150. And then let's just say they all cost 200 after that. Something like that. Yeah. All right. Now for the upgrade storeroom button to be updated. So we need a label updater for that. Update private void update up like storeroom button, I'll just call it. All right, so cost. We need this here. Maybe this should be in its own menu just so that we get this code out of town. Yeah, probably. I'll write that down. Clean up. Move the button stuff out of town completely so that it doesn't need all of... Actually, this may not be totally doable. I'll say consider moving. That doesn't pollute the class. Maybe we could make it less verbose with signals. There's some of it that we'll be able to do. Maybe just even passing in a town. Maybe passing in town and having public functions. I'm not concerned about it just yet. Okay, so now it's get cost of next storeroom upgrade. We put this down here. This is going to say upgrade storeroom. The cost is going to be based on the storeroom cost. And then we just do this too. All right, so you need to know how many upgrades you've gotten. And how do we do that? The storeroom knows how many item displays it has. This doesn't store in a component. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Didn't I make an item displays component? I didn't. Oh. I wonder why I didn't. Huh. There's a shop component. Does that have it? It does. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, fine. Storeroom doesn't have this though. So storeroom has no way of telling you how many item displays it has easily. So let's just add something over here, I guess. Get number of upgrades or something maybe. Get number of item displays. Public int get number of item displays. All right, the AI should just know how to do this. Yep, that's it. Technically, it's get children of type item display. And then get the count of that. Count. Yeah. And then the town can use this information to get int num item displays equals storeroom. That's not a thing. We don't have an access to. Oh, there it is. And then the number of upgrades that you have int num upgrades equals num item displays minus 2. And that 2 shouldn't be hard coded here. We should know how many the storeroom starts with. Yeah, so this right here. So we'll just say for I is less than 2. Cool. Then go into game constants and just say public constant num starting storeroom displays. Yeah. Then back here, populate that. And then same thing in town. There we go. Hey, Actixin. I don't know if I've ever actually really said your name. Or I've always been pronouncing it wrong. Until I just stumbled through it now. But howdy. We got 12 minutes before I have to take a break and then switch into mentoring. But this should work. So let's go test that out. So now you should be able to upgrade your storeroom. There are only 3 costs. Oh, it doesn't set the text. I never call this function. Well, oh well. Let's go set this in setup menu. We do that. We add a pressed here that does upgrade storeroom. How do you do this? Up storeroom. Something in the debug menu does this. There it is. Storeroom.add next item display. Okay, well, we're going to have to call it upgrade storeroom now. And then private void upgrade storeroom. This does two things. It just calls add next item display and then update storeroom button. Yeah. That should do it. So first price is $100. Still not working correctly. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Oh, whoops. This is supposed to say update storeroom button. Let's see. Okay, that's working, except that I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm making a lot of basic mistakes. Upgrade storeroom button, this one. I wonder if I messed this up too. It's very likely. Yep. Okay, cool. So when I click this, we should lose $100, which probably won't happen because I don't think it knows to subtract the cost. And upgrades the store. Yeah. So now we just need to subtract the cost. Where do we do that? Instantly close the game so you don't have to click your title bar. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah. It should only work in debug mode. I like that. Make button to instantly close the game. Maybe F7 or something. Actually, F4 would be best. Yeah, F4. It should only work in debug mode. Yeah. Good idea, though. All right, so upgrade storeroom needs to check to see if you have the cost. If money... Oh, there we go. Not enough money to upgrade storeroom. Looks good. Return. Yep. Okay, so click the button once. We get another thing. It did not subtract... Or no, it subtracted my money. No, it didn't even subtract my money. Okay, money minus equal cost. And then update money label. Isn't there a modify money that means I don't need to do this? I think there is. Modify money, yeah. Did I ever call update money label myself? I did, yeah. So I just need to do modify money cost. Anywhere else? No, no, no. That's it, yeah. Good. I finally did it. All right, so we upgrade. It costs 100, then it costs 150, then it costs 200, and then 200 from there on out. If you don't have enough, it tells you. And then every time you end up adding items, you're going to add them to all of these, which won't be probably all that obvious. Command Q probably works. Yeah, it works. Well, that's pretty dangerous. But yeah, I could just do that. Actually, could even make like Command W do it. All right, what's the next button? And do we have time? We have 8 minutes. We could probably get it working in that time, right? Upgrade shop button. Oh, this is just going to show you floating text anyway. Yeah. This one wasn't supposed to be too crazy. Upgrade shop button. Dot pressed plus equal show help on upgrading shop. Yeah, this one is very simple because it doesn't do anything. It just makes floating text. Shops can be upgraded by clicking the vendor inside the stand, the shop itself. Yeah, and what color do we make this? Do they all have a black outline? I don't actually remember. All right, well, that's got to be at a different spot. 300. Sure, whatever. That's fine for now. Also, that money label, does that have the right filter on it? Money label filter. Inherit. It should be set to linear. And that way the money label is sharper than it was. Yeah, nice. Nice. Those should also be changed, right? What item has it? No, item display. Cost label. Linear. Look at how crisp it is. It's so crisp. Go, skeleton. Go. All right, now we just need that to say something. Town, where is it? Upgrade shop button. Upgrade shops. Yeah, new workers look great. We should maybe add the bats into the game. And the last thing is hire workers. I'll start instance isn't actually connected. Let's connect it. Start instance up pressed. I think this is all we're doing down here. Yeah. So now that should work. Good. The only way it will actually work is if we hire an adventurer first. Got it. Let's lose that battle so that I can put a whole bunch of points into this stuff. What is this? While taunt is active, I'll take less damage and counter more often. There. It's got to actually taunt though. Taunt only lasts for half the time. There it goes. Yeah, taking less damage, dealing more damage, countering more often. Pretty cool. I wonder which character is the best just based on their skills right now. All right, do I have enough time to code this? Probably not. We got like 4 minutes. Hire worker. So hire worker is going to be the same thing that we already saw with everything else. So we need something here. Worker upgrade costs. More workers is pretty important, but I don't really care to figure out the cost right now. So we get the hire worker button. This is going to do the same thing. This will be, it's not create worker really. It's like upgrade. It is kind of create worker, I guess. Create worker is just going to make it without costing any money, right? Yep. So let's say like upgrade worker count. Call it that. Private void that. And then upgrade worker button. Okay. Let's get this stuff working. Storeroom button. So we're going to do this. Get cost of next worker. Then this will be the worker button. Hire worker cost. Cool. We need the current number of workers that you have. I don't even know where we get that from. Do we know that something's a worker? Do you have any special components? You have a state machine. Oh, all the workers probably get added to a particular node, right? Yes, they do. Okay, so we'll just get everything from there. Oh, interesting. It checks for identical method bodies. All right, so num workers equals get node. Cool. Num upgrades equals this minus 1 since you start with 1 worker. Then this is pretty good, except for this needs to be worker upgrade cost. And that's it. Now, when you get a new worker, upgrade worker count, here it is. This needs to look pretty similar to this function. Let's copy this. All right, so this is get cost of next worker. Money doesn't cost, not enough money to hire a worker. Modify money. This is creating a worker. Create worker. And then update worker button. Okay, there. I think that's everything. Are we in time? Did I cut this too close? Yeah, we're like barely in time. All right, let's see if it works. So I hire a worker, $100. We got a new worker, hire another one for 150, hire another one for 200, then hire another one, and we don't have enough money. But if I grant myself money, nice. Nice. Oh, all right. That was, that was a lot. So I'm going to put a where I left off, and I got to take a break. Where I left off, this task. Yeah, I just got the worker button. Need to remove buttons from the debug menu that are now redundant. Let's go take a break. And then let's switch into mentoring mode. Did not mean to bookmark this. Whoops. Yeah, I'll be right back. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Close the game. I need to switch into mentoring mode. Mentoring stream prep and beardage. Right, I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy here. Yeah, 11:30. Good. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I didn't even update the template for this. Session 5 today. Let me ping beardage and make sure we're still on. Hey, we're still on for today, right? Sorry for not providing reminder earlier. It is today, right? May 13th. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. All right, well, I'll still do my prep. I haven't seen Beardage in chat, and it's possible that Beardage isn't showing up. I don't know. I guess let's start with just reading through the document. I like to just remind myself of where I left off in a session. So let's see. All right, last session was a month and 5 days ago. Good one-on-one, went longer than scheduled since there was the opportunity. Reaffirm my direction and specifically technical leadership. Manager said Kyle is good at that and is providing direction, value in that direction. Workers shifting in that direction too. Manager recently released a leveling system with criteria. Oh yeah, how did the leveling thing go? How did the leveling... Oh wait, that isn't found out till later. Right, yeah, some number of months, never mind. I remember that now. 5 levels before senior, senior 1 and 2, staff, principal. Manager wants staff level at their company to be equivalent to staff at larger tech companies. Yep. Thinks he's operating at senior 2, but his work is shifting towards staff level. Talking about the difference between those two roles. Yeah, so have you and your manager talked more about getting to staff level? What does technical leadership entail and how is it different? Kyle's been doing a lot of project leading. Kyle's considered a tech lead with another person. Been scoping and planning and then delegating the work. Lots of documentation. Only IC stuff as critical path issues. Sounds good. How do you feel based on where you think this is going? Manager steering Kyle more toward tech lead than people management. Yeah. Doing more tech lead stuff than people management. Well, probably not much people management. Yeah. Be more about projects than people, but not much more than curiosity. Yeah. Not much interest in people management. Okay, cool. What are some surprises, both good and bad? Less of a focus on sprint tasks, which he likes. Manager's on board with Kyle's use of his time. Kyle tends to obsess with metrics, so this is good to stop him from fixating. Yep, good. Any bad surprises? Just want to get an idea for how you're feeling. Said the amount of features he's delivering has been lower, would have bothered him previously. Yeah, it seems like there's general acceptance in how things are shifting. How would you feel if you got senior 2 rather than staff? His happiness won't be pinned to getting staff in a few months. Yeah. When staff happens, haven't put much thought into it. Wouldn't immediately start working toward principal. If this company grows to be a big company, staff level will be worth more than it is now. Wants to just be a performance staff engineer and focus on business goals. Yeah. How do you feel about getting interview skills if you get to staff? Still want to keep those skills sharp. Yeah. So interview skills, what should we talk about here? You've consistently said that this is valuable to you, even if you end up as a staff level engineer. Should we put more time into the skills themselves? Note that I would need to refresh my memory on what we discussed a long time ago. Yeah. Depends on job climate. 3 years of runway at any given time. Okay, yep. Okay, I did just hear back from Beardage. He'll be here. So cool. I'm not doing this for nothing. What's expected of staff versus principal? Yeah, I meant to say, or no, I did mean to say this, I guess. Staff has 12 to 15 years. He has 12 to 13. Yeah. Hey, drug dealer. I should make an expensive hello reward. It costs however many points you tend to get in a full day of watching the stream. New anxiety, doesn't think so. Time management is tricky. Yeah. How has time management been going? I'll write that down as a thing to do. Make a stream redemption expensive hello, which is however many points people tend to get in a day. Can only be used once per stream. Okay, where would you say your focus is? Where do you feel you need help? Work, you need to understand more product things. Have you been spending more time understanding product things? Said you wanted to focus on that some more. As I understand the roadmap. Maybe a point where he asked to be put into product meetings. Decisions are made in the design room. How many people are involved? Engineer product design. Product design meets separately, 4 to 5 people. Yeah. Manager didn't want you in unnecessary meetings. Yeah, okay. Looking at joining those meetings to pay attention to whether they're providing value. Yep. What might your manager say as a reaction to joining them? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is one of those like explore, see where it goes kind of things. And not necessarily like this is decidedly a good idea. Anything else where you don't feel confident about what you're doing at work? Oh, I gotta close this for this. Doesn't know where he fits in the structure of things since that structure isn't solid. He's trying to provide value where he can. Okay. Do you feel a more of a sense of belonging in this new corporate structure as time goes on? Yeah. The worst is through. Sleep training with the younger one. So I talked to a bunch of different parents, and I've heard now from several sets of parents, sleep is going to get better, and then sleep doesn't get better. So I know Kyle thought it would get better, and I hope it did get better, but I wouldn't be surprised if he came back and said, nope, it'll be another month or two. Hey, Broken Crown. All right, I'm getting a little bit more behind here. Let me keep pushing through this. Yeah, the wasting time in career. I remember talking about this. Yeah. All right, what else do we have? This person good to have a casual setting to talk. Session's been more helpful for more than just Kyle. Yeah, these are the co-working sessions that were set up. Is everyone still liking them? Is everyone still liking the co-working sessions? Has any momentum fallen off? Big bada boom. Thanks, Bearded. Thank you for the resub. I will soon be done reading these notes and then transitioning. I'll probably be like a minute or two late, I think, just given where I am in the schedule, because I'm still 17 minutes of reading this stuff from the meeting notes. Yep. Talking in Slack all day. Personal Discord offshoot. They're doing game nights, cross team 2. How about game nights? Aspects he'd be proud to talk about. It's hard to explain what kind of company he works for. Yep. Cool. I'm motivated, tertiary skill. Consider dropping this. There was some learning value here. All right. Goal, live in this world of less obvious validation. Yeah. Written last time. Okay, so these are the things I want to talk about. Yeah. So I'll write these down. All right, and then I'll finish my prep. Yeah. Okay. All right, so this is a bunch of OBS stuff I've got to go set up. So studio mode, virtual camera, switch to mentoring. Then set everything up. Get Yada open. I really got to find some way to automate this. I don't think it's going to be straightforward, and it's going to involve a lot of testing, and it just hasn't been a priority yet. There we go. Is there anything else I need on this thing? All right, just got to set a title on Twitch and the today command. This is Kyle, session number 5. And it is Monday. Kyle, this is their 5th session. And then let's go update this. Oh yeah, we should probably copy the old title so I don't lose this. And then drop Godot, Godot engine, and C#. Dunzo. All right, cool. I am all set up and ready. I think, I hope. Is there anything else I forgot? Nah, I think that's it. Cool. Hey, full dev. All right, so let's switch over to this scene. And I'm going to call Kyle up. Cool. Let's get started. I think we're good. Okay, yeah. Let me get that back. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. All right, cool. Well, welcome to session number 5. Let me write my usual like start thing here. I should have definitely given you a reminder beforehand because I think this
No,
is
I totally forgot.
the first session where I don't have notes from you. So I'll just kind of catch up on the things I wanted to catch up on, unless you've got some news you want to share or anything you want to talk about at first.
So I was listening to you like a part of the way through you catching up. So I think we can go from there.
Okay.
And we'll cover stuff that I have been encountering.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And I do hope that like we managed to get the same general level of value we've gotten before, because I only have the things I remember from last time, and I spent 10 minutes doing it. So yeah, I know you said that your company was going through a sort of restructuring. You were defining what it meant to be each level of junior, senior, staff, principal, and that a lot of this wouldn't settle until months from now when they finally did that grading. But have you talked to your manager more about what's going on, where you stand on this spectrum?
So I've kind of like my work has shifted more in that direction. Not like explicit, like it's kind of just like the direction I'm going in. My work seems to be shifting continuously in that direction. I've been, I think, I'm not sure if we talked about it last time or if it happened in between now and then, but I had talked to him about uh, getting getting. So one of the things we talked about at a previous session was that there will be a point where like I'm limited to what I can do because I'm not integrated with the product team, or like I
Yeah.
don't have crossover with the product team. Do we talk about the fact that he was supportive of that already?
Oh, no, we did not. So you said that perhaps your manager would have been a little bit cagier with your time and you would have maybe been able to make an argument for no, this is valuable though.
Okay. So I brought it up in a one-on-one with him, and he was like, "That that's pretty interesting. Like, um, it makes total sense that there are things where an engineering presence earlier on in the product life, like product decision making process, would make a lot of sense, especially carving out milestones and kind of like evaluating features from an engineering perspective, like before they're fully decided on from product. Because
Yeah.
like there's the model where like product brings you a mock-up and it's like, okay, make this, but it's like that's too late for us to have engineering input on like, you know, if you had chosen this direction, it would have been 50% faster to deliver, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So he basically added a for every product project, there's now an earlier stage meeting with high level engineers at the company. So the first couple have been myself from the front end, and then a back end engineer being represented. Um, and I think it's uh, kind of like that staff track, uh, you know, level that is being put into those meetings. And they were great. They were super helpful already. I was able to carve out a part of a feature that was like not required to be part of that project. So work that could be done concurrently or beforehand, um, to make the project smaller and easier to deliver when we got to it. And he's been pretty pleased with um, that change because we were getting to a point where like we have a very small product team and a much larger engineering team,
Hmm.
and product tends to work um, on a big because they want to work on the complete feature to think of the whole thing holistically, like cover all the cases
Yeah.
and stuff. But that had an effect of having us make these huge feature branches before we could push. I mean, we have feature flags, but the big feature uh, branches were a consequence sometimes. Like if you're redoing something, you couldn't put it behind a feature flag.
Hmm.
Um, Engineers would get super demotivated uh, because one, they have to do these insane rebases. They get stuck in not releasing for a really long time. They don't have a short uh, feedback loop. So like the goal is to like keep projects in a manageable scope so that engineers have a shorter feedback loop where we look like we're pushing out things more often because things are going out to customers more often. Um, and it seems to be having that effect. So I think it worked out really well.
Okay. And you said your manager is already on board and it's been about a month. Have you heard feedback from other people? Is the product team also happy? Excuse me.
Yeah, they were very pleased that there has been a couple things. So like I pulled out research spikes of the things that would be tricky about this thing. So like I'm like preparing the work for more junior engineers
Hmm.
by figuring out like architectural level issues with this product, this new feature.
Yeah.
Um, and then also pulling out work that can be done concurrently. And so I'm doing my best to be better at um, delegating work instead of taking it all on myself.
Hmm.
But I think that these things are like good uses of my time. Um, and it seems like so the engineers have been pleased because they are getting project documents now that have engineering feedback in them, notes, and like kind of like more. They're less like open ended.
Yeah.
It's not a Figma document where they have to figure out how to do everything. It's kind of like I figured out if we can reuse this component, that kind of stuff. Um, Another thing is we're using the other engineer that's being positioned for staff on the front end team is thinking of things from a design system perspective. So now that person, I can feed that person work from like reusable components that are being developed in product, so they can build them out, very thoroughly for the design system, so they can
Yeah.
be used.
Okay. So overall, what I'm taking from this is it sounds like this was almost entirely a net positive from everyone's perspective. Your manager was on board, said, great idea doing this, go do it. You did it. You provided input. Engineers are happy. Product's happy. I don't know about design. Sounds like they're happy, or at least they're involved now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is great. I have a couple of things I want to comment on. One is I feel like this is what being staff level is about. I was kind of just thinking about this the other day in terms of when you start at any company and you're junior and you work your way up to whatever the highest level is, at the very beginning of that growth is just becoming more independent. You come up with your own tasks, you prioritize. Then it's getting to be a little bit more into leadership, either tech lead or people leading. And then it just becomes expanding outward in all of those ways. You're coming up with tasks for 50 people, for 100 people. You're coming up with a new business unit, a new company, or something like that. And so I think what you're doing here is staff level of, hey, there was a blind spot and look at all the things that we're suffering as a result of this. I think you've always got to keep your ear to the ground and come up with more of those things of where else are there inefficiencies? Where else are people frustrated? Where are people getting demoralized, like you mentioned, of having these giant feature branches? And do you have any ideas now for where else you could tackle things? Is there a next step for you in mind?
There are like technology decisions that I think we have made that are uh, problematic for our development going forward. So like harder lifts than this. This is like one of the easier ones to fix. Um, there are yeah. So like we're kind of like in a CSS and JS environment. Like the technologies we chose a long time ago have given us speed, but now they're kind of hurting our performance.
Hmm.
Uh, so there are if I can I've been kind of like cooking. I have like ideas cooking. Like one of the ideas that I'm cooking is like, uh, some kind of migration to another UI library that would kind of uh, basically like a cogen step. I've been writing some tools recently, some like cogen stuff, um, and I think it could be useful if I could build something like that. But it's still I'm still cooking it
Yeah.
right now, so I'm not sure.
All right. These are the kinds of things I think it's good to have a plan. And just like the way I also look at companies is that there's always an infinite amount of work for each level of that company. So the junior engineers should never just be sitting around doing nothing. And management should never be like, well, we had a successful release. Let's go take a vacation for 6 months. So just like that with you, I think having this as an idea of what you want to work on next, you've identified a potential problem area, that alone is good enough for now, and you're already providing value and switching into this role. So I think that's good. Are there any other things on your radar of, hey, here's where people might be frustrated, or here's where things could be better?
I'm starting at like I have a list, but it's very rough. It's kind of just like if I notice somebody complaining about the same thing more than once, I like put it on the list and then I kind of like add a tally to see like past pain points have been increasing. So
Yeah.
I'm just starting to pay attention to that essentially.
Okay, I think that's great, and I think that's certainly a good way of starting things. Is where are people vocally complaining about things? I think it's maybe harder to find the cases where things could be better, but everyone's in this habit of like, well, that's how we've always done things. Like maybe no one's actually frustrated by CSS or JavaScript, and you're noticing bugs, and that's how pain points are coming across. So, like I said, I think it's important to just keep at this, keep your ear to the ground. There's something else you brought up though that struck me as a bit of a red flag. You said engineers were getting demoralized by these, huge feature branches. They'd have to rebase. There'd be difficult merges. Uh, why couldn't those be behind feature flags? Why couldn't they iterate on this alongside the regular product?
So some of it has been behind. So like there's a couple things like there's parts of our application we have two repositories. So
Hmm.
some stuff is in both. We have feature flags implemented in both, so that is respected across. There are some elements that, especially things like I just did a big sidebar rewrite that took way too long.
Hmm.
Um, the elements in the sidebar are affected by the feature flags. So changing how the feature, changing which sidebar to render based on a feature flag would introduce like a huge latency to the the page load experience.
I see. I see. Um, okay, I got you. I think these are the kinds of things where if they repeat in the future, if you ever had an issue where, let's say, you're noticing development time slows down or you need feature flags to work differently, I think it's just like what we talked about earlier with CSS and JavaScript. You identify a systemic problem and you find a way to address it. So as long as it's on your radar too, that, hey, this itself might become an issue, because part of addressing it is getting in touch with product ahead of time, making sure you're on the same page, getting engineering input. And part of it might be something else that is just, that just hasn't happened yet. So yeah, I'd say keep an eye on this too. On this too, from the same perspective as tackling staff level stuff.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, cool. The next thing that we had, by the way, I'll acknowledge this super fast. Thank you, Lana, for the raid. I'm doing mentoring session right now. I don't tend to interact with chat during the time. Feel free to use the mentoring command and find out more about what's going on. So we had talked about interview skills a while ago. And when you started this set of sessions with me, you said you want to get better at them. And I don't think that desire to get better at them has waned at all over time with these changes. So I wanted to talk about coming up with a general plan of how do you want us to approach this? Is now the time? Do you want to talk about things? Do you want to start putting some of these skills into effect? What are your general thoughts on this?
Um, it's something that I would like to time box like as a per week activity, I think. Like
Mm-hmm.
I would like to have one night a week, where I use my 2 hours of free time to like, you know, do some algorithm practice or work on something that benefits that, I think. Um, in our mentorship capacity, I like what how would you see that working? Like I've never seen you do that kind of stuff over. Is it more like the social skills?
Um, we could, so I think there are a few things to consider here. One is I think you probably have enough of the sort of wherewithal and everything to be able to do the technical side of this on your own. Like, I don't think I would probably be providing value. And if you really wanted to, I think we could try it out. Two is in terms of number of sessions, we've always kind of said like, oh, somewhere between 6 to 9. And I think you'd probably get more value, even if I could provide value on the technical front for the other aspects of this, the career aspects, the behavioral aspects. And then the third thing is what you just touched on. A lot of these interviews are split into a few different sections: algorithm and data structure, design, and then behavioral questions.
Mhm.
So we can do whatever you want, whatever you think is going to be most valuable for you. I mean, that's sort of my input on this. So how would you like to proceed with that in mind?
Um, I mean, it would be kind of cool to do like I haven't done a mock interview before, but I think if we did like something like a mock design interview, that would be helpful, especially like something simulated at the staff level,
Yeah.
since I haven't been able to interview at that level yet.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I have, so while I was working at Google, I did interviews. I did them for the other two sections. So I did them typically for coding problems and for behavioral. And it's just because I didn't want to learn all of the different aspects of a design interview, given that it wasn't part of my job. So I can look into this, but I will say I have not interviewed people at the staff level for this. I think we'll still gain some insight on this. And yeah, I can look into this for next time. Um,
If it's useful content, like we can do the behavioral one, like if you're more comfortable with that as well. I just haven't done a systems design
Yeah.
interview.
I always want to steer this based on what's most valuable to you. So if that's what you said, I think that's what we should do. And if you want me to also do a behavioral one at some point, I can also consider something like that. It's a
Okay.
little weird because I know so much about what you've talked about that it's
Sure.
hard to not have that bias, the behavioral questions of like, have you ever worked with, well, I know what you've worked with or what you've done. So yeah, look into this and I'll say consider a behavioral one if I can do it justice. Unbiased, I'll say. So, okay, I can look into that. For your 2 hours a week, what do you think you would want to prioritize on your own time outside of mentoring when it comes to interviewing?
I mean, so I have been lucky to not have to do a lot of lead code style interviews.
Hmm.
If I move up to a Google like company, something at that level, and I'm assuming they're gonna have algo questions, I definitely would need to grind for a while, just because it's not something it's not super frequent. Is that still like the modus operandi of like these companies? Is like even if you're a front end engineer, you're gonna get linked list questions, that kind of stuff.
So my understanding is yes, but my understanding is also that uh, a lot of companies have changed their hiring processes. For example, Facebook, now Meta, used to do something where you would join the company and then go to team matching down in California, and then after, I don't know, a week or two or something of trying things out and swapping around. Now apparently I just heard that they've switched to more, no, you're being hired for this role, and then you do some sort of like minimal boot camp within that role. So my understanding is that yes, still most of the big tech companies are doing leak code style interviews for at least part of what they're hiring for.
Okay.
And yeah, I
I've heard
think
it said as like it's like a handshake, right? Like are you smart enough to learn I think Prime said that, like, are you smart enough to learn the handshake
yeah, and
to get the job?
I think that's a good way of saying things, because I think a lot of people, and myself included, when I'd started those processes, is it's, hey, I don't end up doing this on my job, so why am I interviewing for some proxy skill that doesn't represent? And yet, yeah, that's the song and dance that has to be done. So, um, you mentioned 2 hours a week. There's a concern that I would have. Let's say this is not what you said, but let's say you'd said 2 minutes a week. 2 minutes a week is not enough to retain what you've learned in between. I think 2 hours is probably enough, but I think you'd have to be very systematic about it. And I think the other thing that's tough about interviewing in any capacity is it. I'll say a bunch of negative things that maybe this resonates with you. It's kind of boring. It's hard work. It's not immediately impactful work. And if you don't have any interviews coming up, it can be easy to get demotivated. Do you think you'd be applying anytime soon? Would these just be skills you'd be retaining for the future?
It's mostly like you know, I don't want to have to so yeah, it's kind of like I don't have anything on my radar to apply for. I
Yep.
don't want to be super screwed if I did, if a layoff comes out of nowhere and I have to, suddenly scramble and I, you know, have 4 weeks of leak code grinding that I, have to do before I feel comfortable, you know, doing the interviews that I want to.
Yeah, I see. Um, Yeah, I mean, look, really, your best case scenario is in a few months, your company says you are staff level, you've helped improve their revenue enough to the point where that 3 year runway is now a 10 year runway, and then this just never comes up. And in that case, like I said, I think you've been undeterred from this path of wanting these interview skills. So I don't see this as being a waste. I just think it's probably going to be tough work. I-
Yeah.
Did you did you ever happen to see the notes I had taken during my interview prep that I had done like 3 years ago now?
If I did, it was probably
Yeah,
around that
yeah,
timeline. So it's been a while.
that's what I'm guessing. So the way I approach this, I've seen people be kind of wishy-washy about interviewing before, and I'm not saying you might fall into this trap, but I think some people think if I'm putting in some time toward this, then I'm getting better. And I don't think that's necessarily true when it comes to this. I think you can be doing problems and not realizing the patterns of mistakes that you might be making. So I think that's my biggest piece of advice on the technical side of things is, hey, if you find that, oh, it's a graph problem, I'm bad at these, you need to focus on graph problems just like
Yeah.
over and over until, because you don't know, the luck of the draw could be you get 4 graph problems on that day. And I can already tell you, at least internal communication at Google was not such that you planned all your interview questions ahead of time. It was just a hodgepodge of people asking things. And sometimes I got into an interview and someone had already asked the question I planned on asking. So it was like, in that case, you have a backup, or you just say, hey, we got to reschedule an interview. So yeah, I'll just say with technical stuff, um, make sure you're addressing your gaps. And I think
Like
there are,
take the studying seriously.
oh, sorry,
Like,
what was that?
so like take the studying as like serious studying rather than like passive, do a problem mode, a week type situation.
I think doing a problem week is fine. I think it's just evaluating your performance at that problem that becomes important, and being honest with yourself about that. So if you struggle with a problem, it could be easy, it could be medium, it could be hard, doesn't matter. Recognize that you struggled with it. Did you learn something? Because there should be a learning from all of that. And this is part of how I find this frustrating. And it goes back to what you said about the handshake. If you've never heard of an algorithm before, or you've never thought of a way of doing things in a faster time complexity, you're essentially inventing it on the spot. And that's not the point of the interview. The point of the interview is to take all these pieces you've already known and learned through other studies that you've done and then apply it and say, oh, this is similar to that problem, which is done in O of n log n time. So I can do an O of n log n solution here. And here's the little twist that makes it slightly different so that the interviewer knows you aren't just repeating a canned statement. So
Yeah.
yeah, that can all be very tough. And we can talk about this certainly. So if you end up doing 2 hours a week of leak code and then you say, hey, I had a problem with this, I don't know, maybe we can talk about it. So
Okay.
yeah, feel free to bring.
We started kind of like that. Like we have a demo. We have like a project that's like supposed to. We say like take 2 hours to do however much work you can towards this, this little app.
Yeah.
And we found ourselves kind of having an expected response, and it didn't seem like the best way to evaluate people, like in practice, for like at least at our level.
Hmm.
Um, so we shifted more to like we're just going to do a pair programming session, and we want to see how you work, and like it'll be pretty clear whether like you're capable or not if we just watch how you work through something. And we're not going to like we're not going to trick you, or like we're not going to like hold back information to watch you spin your wheels. Like
Yeah.
we want to see how you like adapt and stuff like that. So that's like how we adapted our process. But I don't think that works at a large scale. So like you have to you can't trust everybody that's interviewing you to have that like personality, personal exchange
Yeah. I think
at a
that's
Google scale.
I think that's part of it. I think there are another two parts of it. One is lawsuits, and two is
Oh yeah, true.
removing bias from the process. So when you're pair programming with somebody, I think there's very much there's like communication expectations, cross-cultural boundaries that might exist, and it's like big companies try to remove, I think, as much of that as possible, so that you're just considering, is this person technically skilled enough to be here, or am I seeing any red flags in their career history in the behavioral interview, something like that. So yeah.
Makes sense.
And by the way, I don't want to rant about this stuff. I totally recognize that there are problems with the current structure of interviewing, but like you said, if you want that kind of job, you need to go through that process. And
Yeah.
okay, so here's what I'd say, just to kind of summarize this stuff. I would say, if you want to start spending this time and you want to start gaining these skills while we still have some sessions on deck, maybe start looking into this, spend your 2 hours however you want. I can try to prepare a system design sort of interview that we could do whenever you're comfortable, and we can just sort of see how that goes and see if that's providing value. If for whatever reason you determine, you know what, I want to do this on my own, Adam's not providing value in this, totally fine. We can go back to just regular career discussions. So that's what I would say for this.
Makes sense.
Okay. All right. So yeah, moving on. How has time management been going? You said this was something that was just, it was a different realm. It wasn't necessarily that things were red flags for you. Are things going well? Are you enjoying what you're doing? How are you feeling about stuff?
Yeah, I think it's good. I feel like I have been struggling with um more like shallow work, or
Hmm.
like um getting distracted. Every if there's three concurrent projects running, uh in a day, and I get blocked on one and I move to the next one, and then I get blocked on that one and I move back. Like
Hmm.
I just feel like I lose a lot of time and efficiency there. So that's something that I have, you know, recently been struggling more with, I think, because like I don't have a set number of tickets that I'm responsible for to get to the end of the sprint. Um, but it's just I'm not being too hard on myself in that regard. As so I see that as an improvement. Like initially I would have been like, this feels bad, but now it's kind of like, this doesn't feel the best, but I feel like I'm still providing value throughout the day.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I see this as sort of being split into two things. One is the feelings that you have about your work. And like you said, that has improved. And the other is you can still feel good about your work and be doing good work. And there could still be a way to be maybe more efficient at it. So you mentioned having something like three smallish projects, and it sounds like the context switching between them is what's challenging. Is there, I know you've also mentioned ADHD in the past and having coping mechanisms. Is there a way you found to be able to maybe dedicate a day to this and then a day to that, as opposed to a few hours here and there? Like, what's worked for you in the past for this?
When I was more IC, that's how I worked. Like I would try to like knock off all the small projects at the beginning of the sprint so that, you know, if I get momentum, and then towards the end of the sprint, I would take on the bigger tasks and I would work, you know, my dedicated time to those things. Now it's kind of like I can't ever dedicate, you know, a whole day to anything.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to increase my ability to be flexible in those situations.
Yeah. The other consideration here that I have is it's possible that this represents work for other people, and that that's actually the struggle here, is that your goal would be to provide enough clarity into a task such that someone else could take it, and then you provide oversight for them. And I find that if you're unable to find focus time, that especially at a company where you have a team and you are in a leadership role, that that can work maybe a little bit better, because you might never find another 6 hour block of time, for example. It just
Mm,
might not happen.
yeah.
Is that a possibility for you to delegate more of this?
Yeah, like if I so I have a research spike that I want to do this sprint.
Hmm.
Um, and I've been kicking it, you know, to the next day for a couple days now because uh you one I'm like on the on call right now. So
Hmm.
I have a lot of distractions built into my day because we have like an engineering uh special team person that rotates, and I'm doing that right now. So unfortunately, I just have a lot of distractions at the moment. But um, I, yeah, I mean, so like that research spike is like something where like if I wasn't, I have to. I like doing that stuff. At least having like one or two of those things in a sprint. So it's kind of like I could offload it. I have prepared it to be offloaded if and actually I already talked to somebody where I could offload it to them if it came up and they ran out of work. I could say like you could start working on this, and you know you could either finish it or I could pick it up after. Um, but I do find myself wanting to hold on to it so that I have some gratifying, you know, output.
Okay, I see what you mean. There's a lot to dissect there. For one, you said gratifying output. Is this more in terms of what you want to work on, or what you feel will, like, okay, backing up a step. I feel like you came from this realm of sprint tasks dictated my value for the company. And you had to transition mentally to, my work is shifting and it can't just be sprint tasks anymore. So is it gratifying from the sense of, like, I would just like hacking away at this thing and learning and figuring out the task? Or is it more going back to that old world style of, this shows value? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so our team is kind of oriented around this demo meeting we have every 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
and um, I think your visibility within the org, like the CEO attends. Um, Sometimes, you know, other, you know, like the head of sales will come and, you know, if they want to see what's coming up, that kind of stuff. So like
Yeah.
our visibility within the company, it kind of hinges on having something to talk about in those demo meetings. So like I try to keep something where I can at least have a presence in the meeting. You know, something I'm, even if it's just like I'm talking about something I'm working on, but it's just like I want to have some bit of work that uh it's just the culture of the company that, you know, you need to kind of maintain visibility
That
in
that
that
part
kind of
that
situation.
that part definitely makes sense. It's so it's interesting because, like, zooming out a little bit, I asked about gratification and you mentioned visibility. And I see those as two different things, and they're both very important. But that does kind of steer, I think, the answer that I was asking about, of like, hey, is this gratifying because you like working on it? It sounds like you're doing this more for the visibility.
I find the work more enjoyable than, you know, planning a project for sure, like the IC work. Um, and it unlocks work for other people. So like it's still part of the role.
Yeah, I see. I see.
Um, but it's it's like the part of the role that I'm very excited about, versus like the part of the role that I'm doing because it's helpful to other people.
I see. Okay. Um, all right. I understand. I think regardless of why you're doing it, it sounds like there is value in doing it. I want to clarify something before we move on. You've mentioned now research spikes a couple of times. Is this I have never heard this term. Is this a term in your company? Is this a well-known thing? What is a
I think it's
research?
like an agile thing.
Okay.
I don't know. That's what I've heard it mentioned in that context before, but it's just kind of like, take a day or take a, you know, 3 points or something to it, make some decision
Yeah,
with the technology, like do some thing that may not be a direct contribution to the code base, but like will help inform some other work.
I see. Okay, got it. And that's generally what I took from this. Okay, so you got these research spikes. Sometimes they turn into tasks for other people. Is there ever a time when you take one of these research spikes and you have to pass it off to someone else while it's still in the sort of research phase? Like it hasn't turned into concrete tasks that do affect the code base?
Um, I've done it before, and I hadn't prepared the work to be offloaded well, so I think it didn't go the way that I wanted it to. Um, and as an effect, we have part of the code base that works differently than the rest.
Hmm,
Um, and I see that as like a, you know, that we created because we didn't like prepare things correctly.
I see. Yeah. I think it can be tough sometimes to design with other people and to share the context of what you had as a vision in your head. Okay, so let me rewind a second here and make sure I cover what I want to cover here.
Oh, sorry.
Hmm.
I'll let you think.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say so I've been talking about this with my manager, and he said that he also used to do this, you know, preparing work with decisions built into it,
Mhm.
um, but backed off over the years, into letting people make their own decisions as part, and like giving them more vague tasks. And that was because people would sometimes spin their wheels trying to do it the way that you want to do it, but
Yeah,
maybe don't have the same information and stuff. So he was kind of like, I'll let you do it and see how it works out with the team members that you're doing with. Um, and just pay attention to that if there's an issue with it.
yeah, and I think some of that comes down to the seniority of the person you're delegating to. But even with a senior person, I think we talked about this a while ago. The delegation levels, which stem one end of the spectrum is, hey, go do this thing. Don't even check in with me. Just get it done. And the other is, I'm going to hold your hand. Task one is this. Task two is this. And then there's everything in between that you could do. So I think that's more of a, you'll get feedback in terms of here's what the software quality was when I try things this way with this person. And it's a very personal thing, right? Some people need more hand holding and some people are just able to go and do something correctly. Um, but yeah, okay. So going back to what I wanted to say though is you said you found yourself context switching a lot. And I was originally digging into, okay, could some of this be delegated? And it sounds like there are times when you can and times when you can't. The other potential thing other than delegating that I was going to mention is, could you schedule differently maybe? So right now you happen to be on call. That's probably a bad time then to take on three big tasks that you need to juggle all at once. Is that a possibility you have to be able to wait a bit on some of this?
The on-call thing is like it happens. Like I'm on call like once every 10 weeks
Yeah.
now, so it's like sometimes it just falls at a point in time where like I happen to have work that I have to do. So scheduling is hard, in that regard. Like we're not supposed to take on a bunch of stuff in a sprint where you're on call, but the work that I'm doing will unblock work for other people that are like coming up on, you know, the ability to do work. So, or like time to do work. So I want to do that work soon.
Yeah, I see. Wouldn't schedule this during an on-call week. Yeah, that's tough. I always kind of think about it this way. Let's say you just got sick for this entire week. Like, who would end up doing that work?
The on-call work or the
Oh, sorry, the non-on-call work. So the stuff you're doing that will unblock a bunch of people. Would it just be you a week from now who would be doing it, or would
probably,
okay?
yeah.
So that's kind of how I look at this. It's it's this thought of I have something that's stopping me from doing the work effectively, but the work needs to be done. But now imagine there was something that like practically literally stopped you from doing it effectively. You're in a hospital and you don't have a laptop or something like that. Like the company doesn't grind to a halt and it won't shut down or anything. And from that point of view, I kind of think it then better to proceed at a slower or more inefficient or more bug prone way now, or to wait a week and get it done. So you have more insight into that than I do, but this is another strategy. If delegating isn't possible, and then maybe rescheduling could be possible, and if that's still not possible, then it's like, could you have rescheduled the on-call work? Maybe could you have said, I'm willing to just swap 1 week? Is that a part of the culture at your company?
Yeah, we've done that before, especially with people going out of town or something. Will often switch our weeks around. So
Okay.
it could have been something I have done. Yeah.
Okay. And so now that was the way of how do we approach this? How could we address this in the future? But now maybe I should have asked originally, is this something you foresee happening again in the future? Has this generally been under control? Because a month ago when we talked about this, it sounded like time management wise, things are good. You have mechanisms for working on this. Do you see this happening now more frequently? Do you think this will happen again, let's say 3 weeks from now when there's no on call in the picture?
I think on call is exacerbating the issue more than other things, just because it's like way more context switching built into every day. Um, so like it could happen 10 weeks from now when my spot comes back up, but other than that, it's not really like a persistent issue.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think my general conclusion is like if I wrote out a little flowchart here, consider delegating, consider waiting a week, and consider switching on call. Because look, just like how I was saying, part of being a staff level engineer is identifying systemic problems and addressing them before sometimes even people know that there's a problem. I think there's also some internal look you need to do and say, okay, am I being efficient? Am I bringing something down? And given what you said about there was this research spike that you passed off and it didn't go exactly how you might have expected, and then you and your manager had a conversation about here's what I do when I delegate now. Sounds like these things are related, and I would at least just consider this. Given that it happens every 10 weeks, it's certainly worth just keeping an eye on next time and saying, am I in a situation, and then potentially applying one of these solutions. So yeah,
Yeah, makes sense.
uh, yeah, a little flow chart. If on call, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, so have you? What is this thing? The product thing? Yeah, never mind. You already answered this. Okay, this is kind of open ended, but do you feel more of a sense of belonging as this corporate structure is unfolding? So you're living in a slightly new world than you were 3 months ago. Do you like it? Do you like where things are landing?
Yeah, I like being. I like having input earlier on in the decision process, and I
Hmm.
think I've been valuable there. So that feels good that I've been able to augment in that way. Like we can bring stuff up from the front. You know, often the front end is like the last person to work on a feature. So it's kind of been like a long time of you know there's this behavior that we find out when we're building the interaction that is like you know a database problem,
Yeah.
or it's like a design problem for the infrastructure. um, it's nice to have that input way earlier, and it seems like yeah, just it's just valuable. It's valuable to us, our team, and it seems valuable to like everybody in between, like the product team and us.
Yeah. And so you like how things are settling, you like where things are going, you're generally feeling positive about everything. Are there any stressors for you, any changes that haven't been good, any red flags that you're seeing?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about one thing.
Hmm.
We introduced a new application to our communication tools,
Hmm.
and it's supposed to simulate. It's called Gather, but it's supposed to simulate presence. So like you have a little avatar that's at your desk and it's like kind of like co-working, like somebody could walk their avatar over to your desk and it'll start a video call.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to like remove the friction of preparing meetings. You know, that's another thing that is sometimes you know, context switch, but I in my current role I'm like able to unblock people faster, which is good. Um, what it has surfaced is that our team is like roughly in the same, you know, it is in a window of time zones.
Hmm.
We have people in, uh, we have a few engineers that are in Argentina and, East Coast US, but then like, let's say more than half of engineers are like West Coast US time zones. We have kind of been, uh, the feedback I got from my manager is that he kind of in my one-on-one brought to the attention like he asked my hours like for the first time in a long time like what hours specifically like are you working, and so like I was able to quantify you know a reasonable amount of time. like I there was no issue with the amount of time I'm working,
Hmm.
but he's concerned that like the more junior people are on the West Coast, so when if I take off the last couple hours of the day and work them at night, there's stuff happening in the end of the day where like I could unblock them, uh, but all of the senior engineers are done because they're either East Coast or in another country or that kind of stuff. So there's these the green engineers are by themselves for the last 2 hours. So he was kind of like this presence simulation thing has kind of surfaced the fact that like
Hmm.
we don't have senior representation during these last 2 hours of the day. Um, and he was kind of asking like, is there a time when that's going to be like, are you ever going to work till 5 p.m.? Are you going to like, if part of the responsibilities is that you're a core unblocker for people for the staff level role, like, is that a doable ask to like have you be present in more of those hours? And I talked to my wife about it, and it's something that's tough for us with where our careers are at and the time is at right now.
Yeah.
She she's attempting to give me more of that time. So we're trying to kind of change dinner structures a little bit so that they're faster. Um, I think we got a little bit complacent with the flexibility because I could just compensate. So we're going to try to I'm going to try to work till 4 to 4:30 instead of like 3 to 3:30 and have more time there. Uh, but yeah, that was just one thing that came up that was like I haven't had any negative feedback for a while, and it was like it wasn't negative feedback, but it's like, man, I don't know if I could be the work till 5:30 to help the people that are working until 6 p.m. Uh, in
Yeah.
a situation like that.
I have mixed feelings about this. For one, I think it's totally reasonable for anybody to ask this. He could have asked, "Can you stay until 2 a.m.?" And if you said, "Yeah, sure," just didn't know you wanted that, then cool, whatever, right? It doesn't need to sound reasonable. Just it was reasonable.
Yeah,
It's also reasonable for you to say, "No, this is not doable," and it's also reasonable for you to talk to your wife. So you have plenty of options here. But a junior engineer or set of junior engineers being blocked for 1/4 of their day does not sound like a big problem to me. And I don't know if it should be your
yeah,
responsibility to be their unblocker. It feels like this is another potential systemic issue where either this signals, hey, we need a senior person on the West Coast, or someone even farther west than that, Hawaii or something, where they're up even later and can then do their own work when everyone else has gone to dinner.
yeah,
So that's one thing. The other thing is it would have been just as reasonable to ask these junior engineers, hey, could you get, can you sign on a little bit earlier, right? Rather than asking you to stay on later. Although like I said, I think any of that's reasonable. If everyone agrees to things, it doesn't really matter what they agree to. But yeah, just like how you said, you used to schedule your sprints such that you got done with a lot of small tasks at the beginning and then your bigger ones in the middle. Could the junior engineers do the work that they're more certain about at the end of the day and the stuff they're less certain about at the beginning? Like I could see this working any number of ways. So I'm not even proposing anything other than, since there are so many reasonable outcomes, I think this should turn into a discussion with your manager about, look, we could tackle it from this point of view, me staying later. From this point of view, juniors coming in earlier. From this point of view, juniors rescheduling what their work during the day. Or from the point of view of they flounder around for 2 hours and probably learn something doing that. I mean, are they totally blocked and they're completely unproductive for that time? So I think it's a formula with a lot of different
Yeah.
variables, and I think you can approach them from any number of them. But yeah, I would say, yeah, talk to your manager about this. The junior people could just do their independent work at the end of the day.
Yeah, and so we started the company, or like the company was started as a remote company,
Yeah.
and like it seems like we're simulating a non-remote company
Yeah.
with this tool, and it's uh I think like I'm all for like having these asynchronous hour or synchronous hours, but
Mhm.
like I think we've built the structure of the teams and stuff such that part of the benefit was like, it's built to be asynchronous. You have I liked the hours where people weren't working when I was working really early, because I was more productive. There was nobody talking to me. So like if it's yeah, it feels like uh counter to what was good about how the company was built
Yeah.
in in some ways at least.
Did you say that to your manager? Because I think that's a reasonable response to this. Like,
Yeah, I think it's he's kind of he's done it both ways. Like he's worked in an office and he's worked at remote companies before. Um, and the there is less friction for unblocking. Like you can way more easily have a conversation when you can see somebody is at their desk because their little avatars at their desk. Um, I I don't know. I kind of like preferred the scenario where like you would have to fully think out an idea and prepare a question rather than like let me start a conversation with the word hi and then like you know kind of slow roll a question, like think your question out, prepare, like try some stuff, and then like in the morning I'll help you figure out what the issue is, that kind of stuff.
yeah. Again, I feel like there's a lot here to pull apart. It, whether or not there's someone right next to you, they could be there in real life at your same desk, and you could literally just go poke them on the shoulder. Does not mean that you should just say, "Hey, I have the tiniest bit of ambiguity in my job. I need to bother you with it." Gather must have some concept of a do not disturb, right? Do
Yeah,
you
there are indicators.
do
Yeah,
you use this? Do people respect it? Do they even need to respect it? Is it just an impossibility to ping somebody? Like, yeah, how does that work?
we just started using it, but people um basically you sign out when you're not at your desk,
Hmm.
because your avatar disappears. There's indicators for like do not disturb and like busy. So I'm using one right now that's busy.
Hmm.
Um, People seem to respect it, um, but most people don't use it. Throughout the day, even like I might walk to somebody's desk and that might take a few minutes to to come to the screen or something.
Mm,
Um, when you're not focused on it, you won't automatically start a video call, of course,
yeah.
like, for privacy. But when you focus on the window, then it like starts a video call if somebody's in your office.
Okay, I think some of this is growing pains as well. No one has totally figured out in this company how they want to use the tool, how they should use it, what are the guidelines. One of the things that Google had all these quick links to things, and one of the most common ones was this thing just called no hello, or maybe it was, I don't remember what it was. Anyway, it was no.
I've sent it before, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is like, don't just say hi to somebody, right? Ask what your question is. Don't wait for some meaningless back and forth to happen. And I was generally in that camp. And I think a lot of people got used to that, but at least they communicated what they expected from these things. I think that there is an obvious boost to junior developers if you say to them, hey, here's a senior developer to unblock all of your needs. junior developers are getting a huge boost. And from a utilitarian perspective, everything's great. But then you look at the senior developers' work and you think, well, they've just tanked in their productivity because all they're doing is answering questions all day. So there has to be a balance. And yeah, I think the more you talk to either these junior developers and say, look, I think some amount of research ahead of time is good, you can give them that feedback. And I think talking to your manager and saying, I'd like to try to work a little bit later, but I think that the junior engineers should be gaining some independence and also scheduling their own days around the limitations of having a, what, I don't know what Argentina is, but like a 5-hour time zone window, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if Argentina were, +4 from the West Coast, it's like, that doesn't mean that people should stay on until 9 p.m. or should start at 4 a.m. or something like that. So, yeah, I would definitely say talk about this. You have influence here, and make sure you're not the one suffering as a result of this, just to bring up some junior developers.
Yeah. And this might be one of those like systemic issues to pay attention to. Like if there are these blocks of time where the people are spinning their wheels, maybe there's other maybe there's other solutions than you need to have somebody on call to support the juniors.
Yeah. Someone on call or lunch meetings to say, hey, I've noticed these common issues that we need to educate people on, or just managers telling their junior engineers, hey, spend a minimum of 10 minutes trying to figure something out on your own, and don't make it a wishy-washy 10 minutes, like actually look into it and formulate a question before you reach. Any of those things could be fine. And these are, like I said, growing pains, cultural issues. They eventually, the team comes to an understanding and they can be more productive as a result of it. Yeah. So how long has Gather been implemented at your company?
Like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Like we're yeah.
Okay. So
We're not even
it's
full
still
sprint.
pretty new. 2 weeks at his company.
But
Yeah.
that's kind of how I left it. Is like, let me talk to my wife. Let me see like how flexible, like what we could do if we needed to. And then like my next one-on-one, I'll kind of talk about it more in terms of like if we want to set an expectation, what can I realistically set, and then what other things can we do to fix the situation, the actual problem, if
Yeah.
it's presenting a problem.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, I've seen this at even in-person companies. There's some number of core hours. If it was a 9 to 5 job, then they'd say 10 to 3 people are supposed to be here. But then, yeah, there's a little bit of flexibility. And let's say you did have someone join from London or from Australia. Are you now going to be on call at whatever 3 in the morning your time? Because no,
Yeah.
it's like that doesn't scale. That doesn't work. So, and by the way, if you did mention somewhere in here, you said it was tough for you and your wife to reschedule things. If it's tough, I think that means you should probably push back a bit. It all depends on what your understanding was. Again, if you'd signed a contract saying I'm there from 9 to 5, I'd be like, sorry, that's too bad. You signed a contract. But yeah, these were just generally understood expectations. So yeah, I think it's fine to push back. Also, your manager sounded pretty reasonable from everything you've ever expressed to me. So I don't foresee there being a lot of difficulty there.
Yeah.
Last thing I want to kind of close the loop on that, though, was I had this written down with a star next to it. This goal: live in a world of less obvious validation and still feel confident in your impact. Are you living in that world? Do you feel like, yeah, I have a place here, that people respect me, that I'm providing value?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely less obvious than it was before. Like it was a concrete number of points.
Yeah.
Like at when we first started talking, and it's way less obvious than it is now, and I'm still comfortable with where I'm at. Um, there's some level that I need to maintain, like having something to talk about in the demo meeting, that kind of stuff. Like uh, part of that is visibility, and part of that is just uh, you know my own desire to have output that is you know visible.
Yeah.
Um, like I guess political visibility versus my own desire for you know visible output.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, I think I'm it's not a perfect like no validate, like I'm inherently motivated uh internally and everything, but I think that it's been moving in a positive direction towards that.
I see. Um, yeah, and I don't think there's a huge problem here or anything. I just think this was something we identified, and it's just like I do every Monday with my tenets of what's valuable to me, and then seeing, am I doing those things that are valuable to me? There's another one that was like, hey, here's something that could go wrong and we think is potentially likely, so let's just keep an eye on it. Cool, it's not going wrong. I think that's good. There was something that was part of this. Oh yeah, the visibility and the demo meetings. People who you think will eventually be slotted into, let's say, principal, or who are people managers, do they also present at these and have demos? Do you feel like they're also trying to get visibility through these meetings?
So our only staff level person right now is backend engineer, so he doesn't often talk at these meetings,
Mm-hmm.
because the demos end up being like, you can do this graph mutation, or like I did this work to unblock this stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, so they're not the other person that's in a similar role to myself and is also trying like being positioned for staff. He, not everyone, but he has been doing. I would say he's more on the IC work, like more of the stuff more of his output is still in that. Uh, he's fixing processes that are, in the code that like are measurable or like, tracked. Um, where like sometimes I might be preparing more work. Like I don't think he's preparing as much work for other people, and that kind of stuff.
Oh, but you're saying at the end of all of that, they are doing these demos.
They are doing
Yeah.
demos, not everyone, but I would say about as often as I do.
Okay. Yeah. The reason I bring this up is because it's just like the transition from having sprint tasks as your litmus test to having different ways of providing value, how that is a transition, that there is a role at the company where you will not be giving demos at these meetings, and yet you could be providing more value than anybody who's in these meetings. And I don't know if you're already at that point. I don't think so necessarily. I think there are times when you need demos and times when you don't. And I think that as you grow, it might be less and less that you're the one giving them and more that your teammates are giving them. And that way they also can grow in their careers too. And I know you're not a people manager and we're only curious about it, but that's another consideration you'll have eventually, which is like, hey, there's a conference coming up and there's a keynote speech. You could give it, but your career's already at a stable enough point where maybe you don't need to, and you give it to somebody else and you trust them with it. So kind of like what your manager said about delegating and giving them the space and the autonomy to prove that they can do this and also give them an opportunity. I'm going to leave it at this because I think we're about an hour here. Any kind of closing thoughts, anything we didn't get to that you definitely wanted to cover?
Nope, that was the big one, is the presence thing. So
Okay.
yeah, I think that's it, and I'll let you know how that second part of that conversation goes next time.
Yeah, definitely. And I will try to look into a system design kind of interview, and we could aim to do that next time. Are you comfortable with that? Do you want to?
Do you want me to have prepared for it or to go in without prep?
Whatever you want to do. So we'll
Okay.
probably have 2 months in between our session, or maybe a month and a half because I'll be on
Okay.
vacation. So you would have the time. I mean, that would work out to 8 hours if you're doing 2 a week, or 12 hours or something. So
Okay. Yeah, I think I could prepare enough for
okay.
that.
And I'm not promising anything, by the way. Maybe I do a terrible job or I only ask a canned question of like, go design Twitter, but like we'll figure something out in doing that.
Yeah, even that, vocalizing that is not a bad exercise.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, thank you, Kyle. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
All
And
right,
yeah,
thank you.
take care. Bye.
See everybody.
All right, chat, you know the drill. Claps for Kyle. Let me get chat here so we can all clap together. Good job. Thank you very much. Clap, 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 clap. Let me also see what I might have missed in YouTube chat. Wish I could listen to someone and write notes in my own words that fast. Justin, it is a skill you can practice. I think it came naturally with being a streamer in development. So yeah, I know Lana rated at part of that, and I can't give someone the mentoring attention they need and also read chat and kind of react to everything. So welcome in, everybody. I don't know how many people are still around, but I've done many of these mentoring sessions now, and that's not it. They're all in the schedule document. There is a link to each individual video, and all of these videos are on a channel that I made called Adam Mentors. So if you're interested in seeing this sort of thing, they're all uploaded. They're only 4 total mentees I've had so far, and 1 was just a one-off session. So the rest of them are series. So yeah, I've got to book another one of these. Let's see. Write this down. So homework. Put Kyle 5 online. Schedule Kyle 6. I think that was the 5th session, right? Yeah. Add the template to the doc. And then prepare a system design interview. Yeah. Seems like I'm in a similar position as Kyle. Does he work for the same company? So relatable. I am pretty sure from what I know about you two that you are not working in the same company. But I guess it's always possible. Yeah, so I've been online for 4 hours now, and I don't like to do that without taking a break. So it's lunchtime. So I'm going to take lunch for about an hour. Oh, going through similar growing pains. You know, I really think that this is how a lot of this ends up working. There's like a small company to a medium-sized company to a large company. And one of the things that increases here is the amount of process you have and the amount of large structural changes because of how small companies operate. And then once you get to the largest size, yeah, you have a lot more red tape for things. You typically also have maybe, I don't know, more impact as a company, maybe as an individual. Anyway, I'm going to take a lunch for about an hour, and then post-lunch will be more Skeleseller work. And maybe it'll only be for, I don't know, 2 hours or so, because we streamed for quite a long time this morning. But thank you all for watching. I don't tend to raid during my morning stream, so I'll just say goodbye to you all for now, and hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you in the afternoon. Take care.